to be traveling over
Let's see if
here,
this works.
trying to find
Hey.
it.
I'm adding that to my inventory because that
That's
is
fantastic.
the best.
Sorry, what page did you say it was? I like
All
to
right.
do
160.
Let's see if this new
160, 'cause
setup
no, I
works.
want to
All
do
right.
this because that is too fun, and I don't know if I've ever really done that.
My friends,
did
while
it,
we work out
did
the
it
last
in
little
the
bits
one
of stuff
shot
before we start.
ran, the like
It's
horror
also
one shot
on
we
D&D
ran.
Beyond. If you just look up trinkets.
Oh, but it's more fun when I have the book.
We're rolling trinket tables. It's great.
Once everyone is settled and has rolled trinkets if they so desire.
This is my favorite thing. That has so much potential.
I have a tiny mechanical spider that moves about when it's not being observed. It says crab or spider, but spider makes more sense. So it's one of those literally like it's like the baby Groot in the end of Guardians of the Galaxy, like
What was it that Garnet got? I can't remember. It was something ridiculous, and I remember using it for something stupid.
Most of the trinkets are pretty ridiculous. It's what the trinket
I
table
don't
does
remember
best.
what it was that she got.
It's been a
Dead
while.
Sprite in a glass bottle.
Oh no!
I feel like all of these in some way track for our characters.
I'm not 100% sure how exactly Fleur ended up with this thing, but
yeah.
I mean, maybe she
found
just found it in Humber.
There you go.
Also,
They
I
do like
apologize.
mechanical things.
I'm still trying to get used to the volume levels in this mic. I know it's more sensitive, so if I talk too loud, it's because I'm not used to having a better mic.
yeah.
Good.
No, it sounds good though so far.
Yeah,
Like the
sound
audio
good.
quality
Yay.
is definitely good.
Yay! I'm happy.
Oh, I was hoping I like looked it up in the
I
in
I'm gonna
Beyond,
let-
and I was hoping there would be a way to just like add it to your inventory, and I'm like, no, you have to still manually type it in.
yeah. I do wish that there were
Shit, I fucked that up.
good
Ignore that.
quality Bluetooth headsets that were not obscenely expensive.
Yeah.
That's really what I need because I need it to not have to use an adapter.
Yeah.
Because there's now like 3 different things that can come unplugged or even just slightly unplugged and screw with my headset. But it is what it is, and I prefer to be plugged into my phone than my computer because that way if I do need to get up for a second, I can still.
How are you, chat friends? We're just kind of setting
listen,
up ahead of time. We're still waiting on one person who's going to be a little bit late, but we're probably going to be starting soon after people finish rolling on the trinkets table for the new characters. Excitement.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Hey, Crunch. Good to see you. Doing all right.
How do you
Getting some
add
pizza.
an item? Sorry, I'm just like.
No worries.
If you go
New
to,
characters, everyone's remembering
other
how to do
possessions,
shit.
and it'll let you enter like a random, like a note,
Custom
basically
item,
put it in as a note.
So please,
Okay,
please
there
tell
we
me
go.
I
if
didn't do
like
it as an item, I
volume
just did it
is
as a
terrible
category.
between people.
Yeah.
That's an option
'cause
too. Yeah,
I'm using
I will do
OBS
that.
Either a
Studio
note
for the
or-
first
or
time in a
a
long
custom
time
item
instead
would
of
do the
slobs.
Yeah. Well,
so I changed
like,
everything
my
up
background
and
gave me a scroll of pedigree, so
hopefully
I'm like,
it still
I
works
can hit
okay.
return, and
So far so
makes
good, I
another
think.
line in this same thing, so I'm like, oh, I'll just put it there.
All right.
Great, thanks. Glad to know.
So,
Right, starting.
I believe so. Just checking in. Esri and Terwin know each other, correct? In some way, they're wizard buddies.
Fell
Fleur,
buddies.
You were coming with Westcott, who is off
Yeah.
doing something.
I sent him on an errand. He'll be back soon.
Guild, did you figure out anyone you knew, or you just Guild?
Guild is just passing through on the way further north, but does know Westcott from
you know
past
Westcott.
experiences. But does not know that Westcott is here.
Right.
Oh, this is all the funnier because he's off on an errand. So you don't even see him.
It works.
This is great.
It'll be great.
All right. just sort of verifying to figure out,
Yeah.
you know, as we get started. So all of you, for your own reasons, have come to the town of Hupperduke. I think for all of you, this is a bit of a strange town. 2 levels, lots of gnomes. Though for a few of you, the height is kind of nice. Like,
Yeah.
you're suddenly not surrounded by tall people all the time.
Guild is feeling a bit out of place.
like
For
this place
others, you're
was
spending
made
a
for
lot of
me.
time looking down. But right now, it's a chilled, misty night. It hangs over the industrious mountainside city of Hupperduke. There's been a recent rainfall, and you can smell it in the air as you walk along the muddied path. The nightly festivities have already begun, with the elevated section of the city, known as the Idleworks Shelf, alight with colorful lanterns and streamers. The distant sound of music and firecrackers echoes from hundreds of feet above you up the stairs in the mountain. You're near the quiet, dark fields of the assembly yards, and I'm going to pull you over to an actual map of Hupperduke.
Ooh.
Hupperduke.
So each of
It's
you,
big.
yeah, this is Lower Hupperduke.
It's bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's actually not a small town. It's a fairly large city, which sort of makes sense when you think about all of the industry there. But it's not. I mean, it's no, Rexentrum or.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
It
fair.
just looks like the ward that I come from in my like,
Yeah.
what do
So
you mean
this
it's
is
that small?
this is Lower Hupperduke. What you're seeing is Lower Hupperduke. Up here is Upper Hupperduke. So you're not seeing the entire city of Hupperduke. But you're passing massive forges and partially constructed war machines. Everything seems to be abandoned for the night, while the workers unwind in their celebrations in the upper cities. And I want you to describe yourselves and say what you're doing as you walk down these streets.
I'll jump in first
Yeah,
then.
there you go.
You're probably somewhere around here-ish.
All right. Okay. Terwin is a well-dressed halfling, a bit of a roguish pompadour. Very much has a David Tennant vibe. If he was like 2'10" or 2'11".
Tiny David Tennant.
Tiny David
Tiny David
Tennant.
Tennant. There you go.
Yeah. He is happy-go-lucky. He is almost stereotypical for a halfling. And he is here specifically in Hupperduke because there is wealth to be found, usually in the pockets and bookshelves of other people. And he is here to relieve those with too much money of the burden of...
Oh no. This is not good.
I love this party already.
Oh no.
He's a wizard, but he's very loath to actually like get involved in any confrontation. I mean, as soon as it comes to blows, as far as he's concerned, like the job's already gone sideways. Like you should be able to get in and get out without anyone knowing that you've been there. And that's kind of what he specializes in. It all kind of started a long time ago when he stole a spell book from an old man in a very, very big house and then discovered like, oh, this magic stuff is cool. I want more of this. And so he's kind of like purloined and pilfered his way across the Dwendalian Empire. Mostly because the people who have money are often very selfish with it. And so it's sort of like steal from the rich, give to the poor. I'm usually the poor one, but sometimes other people are poor.
Sometimes.
Oh my
Sometimes,
gosh.
yeah.
But he's gregarious and generous and always very happy to go along with and help other people, especially if they look like they're in need.
I guess I can go over that since Esri would probably be hanging out with Terwin in here, since I would guess that they probably met along like a caravan headed to Hupperduke along the way. She came from Zadash in search of secrets in the Dunrock Mountains, and this was along the way. But it's this very scholarly looking young human woman, maybe about 5', 6-ish. She looks very like sickly, kind of. She's very frail looking. She doesn't have much meat on her bones. She's very pale. She has this black hair that goes a little past the shoulders and then a little bit further in the front with completely white bangs, and this like half of it, like one of the pieces are also white across. And you can't really tell what her eyes are like. You think they're possibly blue, but you can't really see because she has these really fucking thick Coke bottle glasses. She has Umino from Sailor Moon glasses that is just like swirly. You can't see her eyes like at all. They're just so intense from the nearsightedness. And having to like look at anything further away than like right here is impossible. But yeah, she has a couple books on her hips, including like a spell book, a bunch of scrolls and papers hanging off, and this sort of blue dress robes with this over robe that looks like night sky stars, dark into light, heading down. That's probably some kind of glamour weave. That looks a bit older, but is well taken care of. And is just kind of like excitedly looking around. It seems very, very inquisitive about all of this happening. It seems very like the sheltered, oh my gosh, out in the world now. And just trying to figure, okay, how does that work? How does that work? And is basically trying to ask Terwin about all that sort of thing as they go along. And yeah, I'll get into that later.
Wow. I'm trying to figure out, because I don't know much at all about Hupperduke. I'm like, I'm basically waiting for Westcott, and I'm like, where's a safe place?
I mean, so you're probably headed for Upper Hupperduke.
Okay.
I mean, I think all of you are probably to some degree headed for Upper Hupperduke, because at the night time in Hupperduke, that's where you go. But you know, maybe you sent Westcott off on his errand. And now, and you got a little later than you thought it was.
I'm getting
so
bored.
now you're headed up there. Yeah, like it doesn't have to be anything really complicated. Just, you know, you're in Hupperduke for whatever reason. You're in Hupperduke. Maybe you're just traveling through. But
so I guess I'll go next then. So, assuming, are we out on the streets? Is that what?
Yeah, you're out on the streets. I'm actually gonna
Sure.
pull you to a new map, real quick. So you're somewhere around here.
I only see darkness.
Oh,
I only
friggin'
see
light.
Oh no, there's the darkness.
Hold on.
We'll get there.
Remember how to give you
No,
light.
I have gray eyes.
Fine, you have gray eyes.
I will pull all your butts onto the map and give you sight. Oh, you already pulled Tim out. Great. And Guild.
Yeah, I've found over time that like light is just more trouble than it's worth.
I just didn't turn it off. I think it was automatically on this.
Yeah. Although I may end up buying this in Roll20 just to have all of these maps and everything already set up.
Yeah, that'd be useful.
If you guys ever go to the dang Empire, that is.
Yeah.
You gave us a lot of tasks, to be fair.
Okay,
Other
so I'm
tabs.
giving. It's going to take me a second to get all of you to have
Guess we should
vision.
put a piece in
Guild,
the
can
Empire.
you
No
now
worries.
see?
I cannot.
You should.
I see a black screen.
Give it a
Same.
second and then check.
Do you want me to refresh? I'll refresh.
'Cause I think I should have just given you. Oops, not what I wanted. I should have just given you.
If there's no light sources, we
Well,
won't be able
I'm
to
giving
see
you night
even with-
vision.
Ah, okay.
Now, if there's, I will give you. I will drop a light source just to be safe if that doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't see anything right now.
And there might be fog of war that you have to like
I
clear
don't
away too.
think so. I mean, this is just a
New
city
setup.
street. Let me.
Oh, okay.
Like this is
New
not
setup.
like an
Pardon
interior,
technical
a
difficulties.
very hidden
New DM.
Mm-hmm.
thing. But let me just check to see if Fog of War is on.
Or at least a DM who hasn't
Oh my
done
god, I'm trying to figure
full
out a new
campaign
character
stuff
sheet
with all
and
this
I'm lost.
Roll20 stuff in a while.
Okay.
There we go.
Aha!
Ooh.
Ooh. It was there for a second.
I see part
Oh.
of a street. Yeah.
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 So okay, you still need Terwin still needs 1 second. I'm waiting for something to load. I
No
accidentally
worries.
clicked on load. Terwin still needs vision. I figure since it's night, I didn't want to just give you vision of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
That
yeah.
makes sense.
No, that's
But I'm
fine.
just
Yeah, the
giving
rest
you
have dark
all.
vision, so.
I'm giving you all dark vision in the like
Yeah.
game
Settings?
logic.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab my
dynamic lighting.
1 second.
Oh, dynamic
Yeah.
lighting.
It's just automatically on. So okay.
There we go.
Can all of you see things?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I.
At least some things.
I can see like the road and the people. So
Great. The road and the people being the people you've. Yeah.
yes,
Great.
the player
Okay.
people.
Huzzah.
All right.
Great.
So if you guys are, I guess, down around this corner, I'd say probably making our way down the road is a petite halfling girl wearing a military-esque uniform that appears to be custom tailored, as it is pink and has
Sorry,
bows on
hoodie.
it. But definitely carries herself like somebody trained, to ride and presumably, in the military. And riding on a giant badger that also has pink bows, or at least a pink bow in its hair. And she has there's two rapiers one on either hip. And attached to her saddle, she also has a pair of small hand axes, just in case. She and her blonde curly hair is up in a high ponytail with a huge bow. And she looks slightly not annoyed, maybe impatient. Kind of keeping an eye out for somebody as she's making her way down the street. Somewhat would seem talking to herself. Not sure if she's talking to herself or to the badger. Just I really hope to be back by now. Anyway, so she's badger.
Badger. We'll have to get a badger token.
Yes.
For you, Bess.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Guild is entirely too flashy of a person for this sort of street. Sort of indeterminate race. His ears are pointed, but not in quite the same shape as an elf. And it's a little hard to tell when it's not very bright out, but his skin might be actually gold. He's got like a bandana scarf tied around his head, just beads and charms and just decoration, sort of here and there on his clothes, which are... You get the idea that this guy probably comes from the desert because it's a lot of very light, sort of sheer fabrics and sort of comfortable things for warmer climates. And he's got a longsword at his hip and a small sort of round shield strapped to the back. Just sort of taking in the sights and kind of watching the upper part of the city as he walks, kind of just idly playing with the hilt of the sword, kind of drumming his fingers on it while he walks.
All right. Well, as you continue through the streets, you occasionally hear a muffled crack of a firework from up above, but it's far away and not not terribly loud. It's pretty peaceful as you continue down the road, and as you look around, there's no one really out here. It's just really just the four of you until you do spot sort of down the south
I see somebody.
pathway a older gnome gentleman. Looks like he's maybe cleaning up an open air workspace. Literally the only person you've seen out and about in Lower Hupperduke tonight.
Besides turning slightly, and she's like, "Is that a giant badger? Oh, Mr. Taryn, is that a giant badger? I've never seen one in person."
Fleur will hear that and she'll, oh, hello, and she'll walk over with Daisy, and I feel like Daisy will do the like cat like sniff nudge headbutt almost thing.
It's like a little surprised by it, but it just want to
he's friendly. Don't worry. This is Daisy. I'm Fleur. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Daisy, Fleur, Ezra and Alark. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Esri. And you are looking at Terwin.
Oh, sorry. That's a really big badger.
Right. That's what I said.
He is. I raised him since he was little, but he's definitely big now. Otherwise, I couldn't ride him.
You're a bit too high up for me to shake your hand, but very
she'll
pleased to make your
hop off and
acquaintance.
dismount and offer her hand as in a proper handshake. And
Yeah. Because we're like almost of equal height, I'm like, oh, very pleased to make your acquaintance. Always nice to meet a fellow. Terwin, nice to meet you. And it's sort of taking in the outfit. Is that a uniform?
Yes, I mean it's a custom one, but you get those sort of things when you come from my family. But yes, I do. I'm not quite the Crown's Guard. My brother does that, but I know my way around a sword or two.
That's amazing.
But that's not what brings me here. I'm here on personal business. Don't worry.
Oh, that's nice.
I feel like that's about the point where Guild walks up and just entirely out of place because aside from the fact that he is sparkly and gold, he is 6 feet tall.
A 6 foot tall, sparkly giant man.
That's fine.
I love it.
Walks past.
Just like, oh, crowded for down here. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Apparently not that crowded. Looking around. Everyone's up there, pointing towards the second level.
That's where we were headed. Or you all headed up there as well?
I believe so. Hopefully my traveling companion catches up at some point. Sent him off on an errand, but
I assume there's an inn up there.
I think that's where they all are. And I'm gonna point out that gnome that's sort of like casually cleaning up the workshop. He's
Honestly,
about the only person I've seen. He might be able to direct us or recommend something.
Honestly, I just want to get to the party. That looks like a party.
It does seem like a party.
I feel like Fleur, internal Fleur, doesn't look like any parties I've been to. She's thinking fancy dinner party, like.
Fleur and Guild's definition of party are very different.
Like outwardly, it's just like, huh. But yeah, inwardly, really, that's a party.
That's what a party is like. Can start heading that way though. Talk to.
Yeah, I feel like Fleur will probably. I guess she'd hop back on. Daisy.
She like pulls out a book and just suddenly like gestures in the air, and this very ornate quill comes out and just starts writing about various things that she's seeing them. So marking down names and things. If you looked over her shoulder, it would look like completely nonsense writing to most people.
So you head over towards the one lone gnome who is sweeping up. Sort of looks over at you, raises an eyebrow.
Excuse me.
Can I help you?
We're new.
He looks at this motley group of bizarre people and says, "Never would have guessed."
I think we're all here looking for lodging, and from what I've heard, it's all kind of up there. And I vaguely gesture towards Upper Hupperduck. Do you know if there's, like, how we actually get up there? Because, like, it's awful tall to climb.
I mean, there's stairs, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can see why you climbing a mountain might not be the best approach.
No. I mean, I'm probably looking up at him because he's taller than I am.
Yeah, I mean, he's not big because he's a gnome, but he is a little taller than you, and then Fleur, since she is also quite short.
Well, Fleur's on Daisy again. I feel like.
So maybe not looking up.
Probably would have hopped back on Daisy. I don't know.
Either way, doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
He's a little taller than Fleur and Terwin, but nowhere near even Esri's height, much less skilled. That would be a very tall gnome.
3 gnomes in a trench coat.
Any recommendations on establishments to visit?
I mean, I don't really know most of the inns up there. I don't take much with the partying, but...
See, I told you it was a party.
Huh.
I know a party when I see one.
But,
I'm very curious what the
I mean, if you head on up, there's inns and taverns. Sure, you can find something. He sort of gestures. Continue down that road. He's pointing this way.
All right.
And then when you reach the end, you turn right.
All right.
And then you walk till you see the stairs.
Writing it all down.
And then you go up the stairs.
The
you
stairs.
Get the sense that he's not a fan of people particularly, which is probably why he doesn't go to the party. But you go up the stairs, and well, if you can find someone who's not too busy setting off fireworks, you can probably get some help. But I mean, follow the noise. You'll find a tavern at least, and then you can find somebody. It's not that. Shouldn't be that hard.
All right, stairs. Looking up at the really tall cliff.
Yeah,
Stairs.
I mean, the good thing is, there's stairs built for gnomes.
Right.
Yeah.
That actually just occurred to me. I'm like, oh wait. Okay, not so bad.
Yeah. They're gnome stairs, so like you will be able to climb them.
Yeah.
You might not be fun.
Right.
Yeah, Ezra's just like, this is going to be difficult. Pardon me, is there anything we should be, is there anything going on in town that we should know about being new here? Strange happenstances,
Fun festivals.
that. Apparently a party, but...
Every night's a party with these folks.
Okay.
We look, the people of Hupperduke. And he sort of leans on his, the wall of his stall, and most of the people of Hupperduke, they like 2 things: hard work and parties. Daytime, that's for work. Nighttime, that's for parties.
I can get on board with
That
that.
makes sense.
I think I like this place.
Festival? I don't know. There's not really. I guess every night's a festival. Just not for anything specific.
Yeah.
But
That's nice.
strange happenings. I can't tell you of anything off the top of my head. I mean, we've just been busy. We've got lots of work to do around here, and people work hard, and then they go off and have fun. And I clean up and go to bed. But,
There's almost a cash register sound in the background as I'm staring up at the party. People having fun.
That's really funny.
It's useful to know. Thank you.
Well,
I
I'm off
appreciate
to the
it.
party, and Gild's
Thank
gonna
you.
take off.
Thank you, good sir.
Mhm.
he goes back to cleaning.
Start heading down the way as was instructed. All the way down to the right towards the stairs.
As you head in the direction that was instructed,
Mhm.
the peace of the evening is shattered. There's a deafening crack of a massive explosion.
Oh snap!
How?
What? That was not me.
It's to the
Not me either.
southeast. So
calming Daisy
Was
might have
that
tweaked
a
a little bit.
firework? Or
It's-
maybe the entire fireworks factory?
So it's sort of it's a little bit south and east of you. Not this
Okay.
the easterly direction obviously is the way you were told to walk, but you were not told to go south. You were told to turn right, which would be north. And you look if you look in that direction, especially those of you like Guild who are a bit taller and can maybe see a little better.
Yeah,
you
sure. Rub it in.
see shards of rock
Uh-oh.
spraying from the base of the mountain.
Oh.
Okay.
And all of you, after a moment,
Yes.
see heavy smoke billowing up.
I'm gonna immediately start sprinting in that direction.
Yeah.
Mr. Terwin, wait for me! He just tries to come after him.
Sounds like a really bad idea.
And as you take off running, several figures, I'm having to highlight all of them. Moment.
Sure.
Roll 20 things.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, I missed one. Sort of materialize out of the darkness because, it's dark.
Mhm. Are there no like street lights or lamps or anything down here?
There are some like scattered lights, but it's not as if they're not expecting a lot of people to be around, so it's not
like
well
when
lit.
going to lower cities, like driving in the city, and then you hit the like not city part of town, and it's like there's a street light.
Yeah, there's enough
I'm
light
guessing.
that I'm not gonna like that those of you without dark vision aren't gonna be like attacking
Right.
at disadvantage. But there's not so much light that like you
Mhm.
have great visibility.
Gotcha.
And these figures, there are a lot of them.
Oh my.
Most of them are quite small.
Okay. Like, are on the scale of like small compared to say me and Fleur, or like
so on
Esri
the
and Guild?
scale of well, as they get closer, you might recognize at least some of them look like kobolds.
Oh.
And then in the middle, so they're sort of similar to you and Fleur are pretty small. Their kobolds are also in the similar size range.
Right.
There is one larger, looks humanoid
Mhm.
figure in the middle of this group, and they are running.
Do
what
they
do you
look?
Do they
So-
look like they're fleeing, or
Yeah. At first glance, do they look like they are dressed as like laborers, or for like pilfering and nighttime shenanigans, or do they look like soldiers? Like at first glance.
You would guess more shenanigans.
Okay.
They don't look like laborers. They don't look like soldiers. They could just be people fleeing if there are lots of kobolds in Hopperduke. You're all new to
Right.
Hopperduke, so you don't actually.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Maybe they have
Very well
kobolds
could
here.
be. Sure.
Maybe.
But they are all sprinting down the road.
Okay.
Towards us or away from us?
Towards you.
Okay.
All right.
Flair's just gonna preemptively just kind of draw her swords, not like ha, but just as a cautionary, like, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna step out of the way so I don't get trampled by this crowd of people that's running.
Yeah, same. Just like skidding to a stop and trying to like catch herself and try to get over near the building, and then from just that sprint.
Yeah. Also, I want to keep an ear out as much as possible if there's any sort of like shouts or cries, either for help or for guards, because I want to go towards one and away from the other.
Yeah, right.
So Fleur and Guild, what do you do? Because it looks like Ezri and Terwin are sort of getting out of the way and trying to stay out of the way.
I mean, same.
I will move to the side, but not like panicked, like because I'm not sure if they are coming for a fight or not, and I don't want to necessarily bring a fight into like the houses. But so I
Not panicked, more like not my problem.
I will move, but she has her swords out, and she's just kind of like, like, what's going on? So yeah, I'll leave her like kind of on the corner there, a little bit out of like.
Okay. Well, so as long as none of you are behaving hostilely, they seem to just keep on running. I'm going to select all of them, so I'm not moving one piece at a time because that's ridiculous.
No worries.
I was like, wait, this is silly. Why am I doing that? Down the road. So if none of you engage, they keep on keeping on.
Well, that was dramatic.
As soon as they like go past me, I'm going to run towards wherever that explosion was.
Okay.
Or in that general direction.
Okay. So you head towards the explosion.
Yeah, I feel like
As they were going by, could we like see anything odd on them, or were they
Yeah,
just
I mean, like
silent?
I would definitely want to inspect them as well.
Yeah. So give me a. Given that they're moving quickly, and so you're not going to have much opportunity to like really investigate, give me a perception check. Anyone who wants to sort of try to get a better sense.
Would it be partly sight-based? Because I
Sure,
do
why
have
not?
advantage on sight-based.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at them to try to figure something out, so that would be sight-based.
Okay, making sure.
My roll reflects the fact that Guild is not that invested because it's an 8 plus 0.
I got a 10.
Okay.
23? 23.
Okay.
sure. Flair's looking at least, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably right as well.
11.
Those Coke bottle glasses are good for something.
So,
I think.
Terwin,
Wait.
Fleur, and Guild, you
Oh no,
all...
that's +5. I take it back. 14.
Okay, so Fleur, you probably get a little bit more than Terwin and Guild, but not
I'm
a
a
ton.
little higher up than Terwin. We'll call it that.
As they rush past, there are, all of you can tell that there are 10 kobolds. Some of them, a couple of them look more heavily armed. And then this one humanoid figure. They're all wearing cloaks. And they all are clearly running from something. Ezri, you get a little bit of a better look. And the human figure, I mean, you don't know because you've never been here before. You don't know what standards are, but they almost seem like maybe they were a prisoner. Not of the kobolds. They're clearly moving happily with the kobolds, but something about their dress, and that they occasionally look behind them to see if anyone's chasing them. Gives you a sense that they are fleeing from some sort of more specific harm to them than the explosion itself.
I see that, like, is that an escapee?
Escaping from escaping from what? Flair's just
Looks
like,
as if he was in. They were in prisoner's garbs.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait,
I'm
did
like,
they blow up a prison?
that way?
I probably, well, if you mentioned that, then like, even like, I would have been like running, but like, as soon as they go by. But if you say prisoners guards, then I'm like, oh no, skidding to a stop. That means the guards are in that direction.
Yeah, I was like, that means those guards ahead.
Okay.
And Esri, as you look as they run off, you might recognize, and if Terwin happens to look, he might also recognize that larger figure casts a spell.
Oh. Now I'm intrigued.
And then there's a cloud of fog.
Oh, I know that one.
That appears.
Yeah, me too. Useful.
I've done that one.
Yeah, same actually.
Oh, we should talk.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. But first, not being near the explosion, maybe.
First things first, what do we do now?
And
well, the explosion is like in the direction of the stairs, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's tricky.
As Guild says something about not being near the explosion. So you hear more running feet, and now you see gnomes. Some of them look like they might just be ordinary citizens. Like maybe the weird smattering of people who, like your slightly ornery friend you spoke to earlier, just don't really like parties.
How far away are they?
They're far enough that like you could do something before they get there, but they're coming on quick.
I'm just gonna quickly use a bonus action to make my cloak of many fashions a lot less interesting.
There you go.
Okay.
And a few of these, but some of them do look like they're probably Crown's Guard.
Oh, okay.
So it's not just citizens; it's a mix of citizens and
Crown's
Crown's
recognize Crown's Guard uniform?
Yes.
If her brother's a Crown's Guard?
Yeah, Fleur would recognize the Crown's Guard as Crown's Guard. Okay. They look a little bit different than, back home, but they're all Crown's Guard. They all look similar enough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely going to stand to the side and sort of like keep my hands in plain view. But I am going to basically bring in my familiar.
Okay.
And currently she is a raven.
Okay.
And I'm going to have her follow those group of people, because at some point they're going to emerge from the fog cloud.
Okay.
And so I'll have her follow them.
So you're basically having her track them to see where they're going.
Right, and then whenever they stop, she'll come back and find me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as the group of gnomes draws near, they stop, they look around. And
do they look like they know which direction? Because like we're at this intersection. Do they look like they know which direction?
They are not certain.
Okay.
They're sort of looking to see if they can figure out where to go. As one of them spots you, Fleur, you would notice that this gnome looks like he is probably a watchmaster.
Okay.
So he's higher ranked than the other Crown's Guard.
Okay.
And he stops and looks at all of you.
I point. So there's still like a giant fog cloud though in the direction that they went.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's fairly dark, and you know they're figuring it out because they didn't see the giant fog cloud pop up. So
Right.
Hi.
I'm going to point to the south and say there was a large group of kobolds that just ran by here and they went down that way.
There's a bit blinking, looking. What are you talking about, Mr. Terwin?
roll
What, you didn't see them?
Deception.
Okay.
Kind of giving her a very pointed look, catching on to what Terwin
Yeah.
is doing.
He's pointing
like-
away from the cloud, is that right?
Yeah, I'm pointing away from the cloud. That would be a 22.
Okay.
Oh gosh, I'm like trying to figure out if Flo would agree with him or not. Oh no. I'm like,
Yeah, it's just, yeah. Ezri is just like,
Yeah.
"Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's not the
so
truth."
conflicted right now.
So
Uh,
to the south, you said.
I mean, I thought so. There was a group of kobolds. It looked like they were going to try and go, maybe even duck behind houses or something.
Sneaky little bastards.
Yeah, they didn't look like they were all wearing dark cloaks, like they were, up to something.
What's going on?
I didn't know that. I knew that there were a lot of gnomes here, but I didn't know that there were so many other small folk. I mean, but
Kobolds.
yeah, that's a pretty cosmopolitan place here. I mean,
Did they
I heard
have
stories.
Did they have anyone else with them?
Oh, I don't know. It's really hard to see. I mean, us halfling types, we don't see so well in the dark as much as you do.
There was a person with a regular, possibly humanoid.
Guild is rolling his eyes.
Just like plain, just telling the truth.
The Watchmaster gestures for the majority of the Crown's Guard to follow the direction that Terwin.
Did someone escape? What
I
happened?
feel like Fleur, if anything, if they look to her, she'll just kind of nod, like not outwardly, but acknowledging of like, yes, that's what we saw. Like she's very like, I don't want to, but I also don't want these people to get attacked for lying. So she's just like,
Yeah, it's really confusing.
she's just like, what is happening? You don't lie to them. What is it? Like,
Yeah, no, I figured Guild's aid in the deception balanced out Ezra's and Fleur's clear reluctance to make it a straight roll instead of advantage and disadvantage.
I rolled insight just on my own, and I was like, all right, if I get above a 10, I'm gonna trust Terwin that he's not just an evil crook. And I
Yeah,
got
do I-
11. And that's why I was like, she will.
Okay.
Evil, no.
mean-
Crook, for sure.
Exactly. So I'm like, it's barely, but she's got enough of a gut to be like, okay, we're gonna agree with this. I'm not sure though.
All right, well, and most of the group, at least the Crown's Guard, head to the south.
Good luck.
The Watchmaster, however, looks Ollie up and down and asks, "You folks aren't from around here, are you?"
Guild just looks at himself for a second and stares the guard deadpan in the face. What gave it away?
I don't know. Maybe everything.
Fleur will look at him and just say, no, sir, I come from Rexentrum.
Give him the dash.
No, I'm up from Felderwin way. I haven't been in a city this big before. It's quite a bit of excitement.
Apparently.
I heard the nightlife is good, though.
Yeah, what was that explosion? Is everyone all right?
Look, y'all looking for some coin?
That depends on the conditions.
Yeah,
Suppose so.
I'm always up for work. Good, I've heard that the people of Hupperduk value a strong work ethic, And I think it really, really parallels the kind of society that we have down in Felderwin. You know, a good day's pay for a good day's work.
Flora's just like, what?
He'll probably pass through
like,
Felderwin on his way north and is just thinking very hard about that.
I probably look as far from a Felderwin farmer
Yeah.
as I possibly could be.
I don't know that Flora's ever been to Felderwin, so she's just like,
I have probably
slightly
never
confused about all of
touched
it.
dirt, like soil, in my life. But he doesn't necessarily know
I'm
that.
sure she can tell that, but
Yeah, you all might be able to. But yeah, no.
He sort of looks a little bit askance at Terwin and Ezri, given, you know, their non-obvious fighting. You know, not
yeah,
terribly
they're really
equipped to
bony
fight.
little frail.
Yeah,
Especially Ezri, who
looks
looks
scrawny.
frail. Guild and Fleur, he has a little bit more of a optimism with. He says, "Look, my name's Bram Gulchswaddle. That is a hard word to say. Gulchswaddle.
Gulch.
Yeah, that's muffled.
At least a couple of you look like you could handle yourselves in a fight if it came to that, so..."
Well, that depends how much you're paying.
We have a runaway. I suspect that those kobolds you described are... Well, they helped him to break out.
What?
So it was a prisoner.
What were they in for? Are they? How
What'd she
dangerous
do?
are they?
Her name is Skenzabrice. It's not too much to tell you that, because she's pretty well known around here. She's... Well... she's a prisoner of war.
Oh.
She... And he just sort of sighs.
Would Guild have any idea about anything to do with the war or the political dynamic of the Empire being just recently come here from Marquette?
He may have heard rumblings of war.
Fleur's probably familiar with whatever's going on.
For sure. Fleur is
Fleur's
very...
from the Empire. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fleur knows what's going on. I mean, not the details
for me
of
as a
the
player,
war,
I'm like,
but...
I don't really know what's going
Yeah.
on, but
So,
sure.
so Fleur for sure, no, and anyone who's spent a significant amount of time in the Empire, knows...
Yes, but...
knows that, the Empire has been in a standoff, as it were, and with the Kryn dynasty. You don't necessarily, even you, Fleur, don't really necessarily know the specifics as to why.
We just know that we don't like them.
Yeah, you just know that it is hostile and angry, and
So, prisoner of war, basically, I can assume this person's probably a Kryn.
so no. Well, they didn't look
Or-
like a Kryn necessarily. So
I don't know what Kryn look like, but
that's fair.
Drow.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay,
mean,
that would be noticeable then.
yes. No. So this person was on the reason I described them as sort of medium. They were on the sort of the smaller end of Goliath.
Oh, wow, they were big.
Yeah, they're big, but they're not big enough to be like a large creature.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's just unnecessary height.
you suspect Fleur because Goliath are not common in the Empire.
Yeah.
Similarly, kobolds are not common in the Empire. You suspect and this again kind of goes for everyone except maybe Guild, who is not particularly familiar with the Empire. Esri, I'm not sure how much you've picked up, but
Yeah, it would be like only within the past like few years at the most.
yeah, but I mean, the war hasn't been going that long. This is still
That's
the
true.
tensions aren't. You know, they were never best friends, but the tensions have been escalating. You suspect that this Goliath came from the dynasty. So they're not a Kryn in the sense that they're not a drow, but they're
allied
from,
with the Kryn.
Yeah, they're from the dynasty. Given the description of prisoner of war and the fact that they are not any race that would normally be found in the Empire. And Guild, you've heard some rumblings as you sort of travel around. You know that there's clearly some tension here, but you don't know any specifics. You just know that you've seen people that seem like they're maybe gearing up for some less than pleasant fighting.
So what'd this prisoner of war get up to get thrown into jail?
I mean, they're... Fleur's like half under her breath, like, it's a prisoner of war. They don't have to do anything in particular. Like, they just got caught. Like, but this is all half under her breath of just like, not sure, not expecting to have that be a question asked. She's like, doesn't everybody understand politics?
Most likely born on the wrong side of an imaginary line.
They came over here. They stuck their nose in business that wasn't their own. And they're suspected of trying to smuggle secrets back to the enemy. That's what they did. Look, we want her back.
I understand.
Hupper Duke, look, I mean, and he's mostly looking at Fleur now, since Fleur seems to be the most...
Well, I feel like Fleur is slowly and steadily feeling guilty about sending them the wrong way, because suddenly she's like, crap, I don't want her running loose. Crap! Like, but not wanting to admit to lying either, so she's like...
Right. Yeah. Well, Fleur, you know, who's in what appears to be a uniform, who is sort of the most...
She said she hailed from Rexentrum, you know, being that, like, yes, we are basically of the same...
He's talking to everybody, but his focus is sort of on Fleur. It says... I'm prepared to offer you guys... He considers for a long moment. 1,000 gold if you bring her back. And
each,
investigate.
Right?
I feel like Fleur even kind of laughs a little bit under her breath of just like, wow.
He gives Tara a look.
Hey, like, you know, shoot your shot, right?
How about 1,000 gold if you bring her back? And then... if you get any useful information about who, other than this apparent group of kobolds, because I kind of doubt group of kobolds mastermind here.
Yeah, they're not very smart.
Executed this.
Maybe you got some really smart kobolds on your hands.
You'd be surprised how much tall people, I'm still probably looking up at this gnome. Underestimate shorter people. I mean, I'm just saying.
We will.
If you can investigate
kind of and look at this.
What?
I forget what his rank is called already, but
Watchmaster.
Watchmaster, yes, and just to say, we will do everything we can to track them down and return them.
Look, bring her back. 1,000 gold.
Where can we find you?
The Watch Hall?
Assume at the
Well, I mean, like we are new, so just
Fair enough. Look,
is it up there? Is it down here?
how about this? He pulls out a badge. He offers it to whoever wants to take it.
I mean, Fleur probably would. Unless,
You bring this.
Unless
I'm
Taylor
looking at it
really
like it's like a rotten fruit. I'm like,
If Fleur will take
Fleur?
it.
You take this and ask around town. It'll help you get answers. You also ask, where's the Watchmaster? And you show them this. And I guarantee you someone will tell you where to find me, even if I'm not in the hall.
All right.
So,
Very good.
I can also offer you, if you accept, 250 gold now.
you're
I
not going to
immediately
try
stick
to...
out my hand and say, "Yeah, you've got a deal there. You got yourself some freelance investigators."
And if we don't find her, you're not going to try to take that back?
250? No, just... Look,
Fleur's
try.
like, it's jump change. No.
If you don't try, if you are partying up the Iron Shelf for the next 5 days, then I suggest you get out of Hupperduke if you don't find her. However, if you make an effort and you genuinely don't find her, I won't take the 250 back. You won't get the extra 750, however.
No, that's certainly incentive to do a good job.
And
Fair enough.
in addition, if you find any particularly useful information, and yes, I will count, it was in fact the kobolds who created the plan to break her out, so long as you actually have some evidence of that fact, then we can discuss some bonuses, all right?
I'm still holding out my hand the entire time he's talking.
Works for me.
He looks at you,
Oh my.
shrugs, goes into a bag.
Well, it's not like hand up like this, but
Okay.
rather hand out like to
to
shake on it. Yeah.
He offers his hand to shake.
Yeah, no. Then we have an accord.
Got it. All right. And
Then
now
I hold my hand out for
now he goes and gets you out your 250 gold, and offers it up.
So we split that between us then.
Sounds like a plan.
And then
I
it's
just
like,
toss
solve
the
the
bag at
Rollins.
Floor.
we get to solve a mystery. First mystery.
Oh wow, you
He looks at the Watchmaster gives Esri an interested look and then just says, "You folks take care and."
Fleur will look and say, I will do my best to keep them in line.
He nods at you. And then,
Like,
we'll be on our
mutual knowing, like
we'll be on our best behavior.
Come on,
Like,
I could
Fleur
hide
just
in this
raises
town
an eyebrow.
anyway if I wanted to cause trouble,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to do
that
that.
is actually part of what he's counting on in knowing if you guys don't make an effort is that guild is really friggin' noticeable.
That's
Yeah.
true.
He was like, okay, I'll be able to tell what these people are doing.
yeah.
And he heads off, having sealed an agreement. And
As
paid you
soon
up
as
front.
he gets out of sight, Guild walks over and grabs Esri by the arm and leads her off a couple of feet and just goes, "You really don't pick up on social cues, do you?
What? What are you talking about? You
Maybe
mean...
not offering up the fact that they saw the prisoner when, you
But-
know."
But we did see the prisoner. What? Why is we're looking for the prisoner now, right?
Yes. Thank you, Esri, because you may not be aware, but yes, the Empire is we've been at war for I don't know how long out of character, but in character I'm sure Fleur knows.
Yeah, I mean, so it would be called a war for like the last, I don't know, 10 months, a year, but the tensions have been escalating since before that.
So yeah,
Okay.
I guess we've been at odds with the current dynasty for many years, warring in the last year to just let them go. I would not be able to just turn a blind eye knowing now who they are. So
Mostly
you
just
did
read
the right
about it.
thing,
The
Esri.
Empire has been.
Thank you,
at war.
Fleur.
Yes.
So wait,
Claire's
we're
like, yes.
they want to throw her
Welcome
back
to-
in jail because of where she happened to be born? Because
Well,
that's what
I
I'm
mean,
hearing.
I
No,
think
it
there's
is
like some
because-
like snooping.
Yes.
As well.
It seems like
And she got caught.
They have
you know.
good reason to believe that she is selling secrets to the Kryn dynasty that could potentially topple the Empire.
Speaking of secrets, we can solve some secrets now. Oh, and she starts
We don't
taking
know
out
what
this
secrets
book
she
off
was
of her
just-
thing. Like,
We don't know
Grim,
what
we have a first
secrets
mystery.
she was selling, but that is why we need to make sure that she does not escape into the wind.
Fleur, you would know that Hopperduke is probably the Empire's center for like war machines and things like that.
So yeah,
Yeah,
so not too far off saying potentially topple the Empire.
Yeah.
Like,
So like you'd have reason to
this first, like,
suspect.
this is bad.
You'd have reason to suspect that that's the kind of secrets, like the
Yeah.
how these machines are made, how they
How to
operate.
build a war machine? Let's tell that to them. Okay, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
how to counter them, right?
Yeah.
Look, that's good money, so I'm not opposed to looking into it, but I can't promise I'm going to be comfortable selling somebody out depending on what we find.
Well, that's the whole purpose of what we find, right? We should go, try to find it, solve this problem.
I think first, maybe, call me crazy, maybe finding a place to sleep because she's gone. We're not catching up. We can investigate this anytime.
Well, I think what might be pertinent in the moment is to understand more about our quarry.
Mm-hmm.
Because just kind of chasing off into the darkness isn't really going to help too much. I mean, and I sort of like look at the Watchmaster. No offense.
Oh, he left.
He
while
left,
you were
yeah.
having this
Yeah,
conversation.
he's gone.
Oh,
That's why
Alright.
Guild was being open because he left.
okay. Well, in which case, no. So I've got this bird friend, and I sent her flying after them. So with any luck, she might have been able to follow them and lead us later to where they are. But yeah, no, I
That's
think
useful.
definitely
Very
finding
good idea.
finding
Very
a base
useful.
and establishing sort of a center of operations would be.
Also, sorry, finish.
No, that's
Ah.
yeah.
Also, I was going to say, just as you're doing this, Fleur is going to count out. She will give each of you 65 gold. She will take 55 for herself, and you will see her place it in a pouch that definitely already has some gold in it.
65?
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I gave myself 55 because I don't know how much you guys were starting with, but I'm assuming that I'm starting with more than you. the rest of you
Probably, yeah.
So I feel like that balances out.
5.
I can figure out how to mute this headset.
Where the heck?
Yeah, no,
Where's my
I'm
currency?
definitely thinking that this should help in securing lodgings and maybe even greasing a couple of wheels in terms of getting some
Talking about
information.
bribe money. Fleur just
Yes.
straight up calls it like it is.
If you'd be so blasé about it, sure.
I mean, bribe money is bribe money.
I like to think of it as charitable contributions.
Sure. Also, I wouldn't worry about lodgings, at least if you're traveling with me now. I should be able
Oh.
to get lodgings basically anywhere. She'll kind of
Really?
flash. She's definitely got like a ring with a family crest on it.
Uh-huh.
She knows people. Or her parents know people. She doesn't know people, but her parents know people.
That would be
All right.
She
very
seems pretty
nice.
confident that lodgings are. She seems unconcerned about that type of thing.
Great. Thank you, Miss Fleur.
Of
Yeah,
course.
no. Certainly never mind a comped room. So where do we start?
That is a good question.
Well, I mean, you said you sent your bird after them. We know. I mean, we know the direction the fog cloud went in.
Mm.
they couldn't have gotten that far, right?
We might be able to see if we can find some steps. At least while the area down here isn't crowded, everyone is up there. That gives
is
us more
true.
time.
We can
Probably
start an
better,
initial
yeah.
investigation.
Exactly.
Any sign of any Crown's Guard anywhere?
No,
Other
they have
than
moved
Tar.
on at
No.
this point. So
Oh.
you know where the explosion was.
Right.
You know what direction the escapees went, but that is
Okay.
about what you know right now.
And
All right.
just I'm gonna type it in my notes here, so I don't forget, because I left my notebook out the other room. So as far as what he wanted, I mean, obviously catch the prisoner of war, but
So he wants you to
and
catch and bring
figure out
back
who
the
orchestrated
escapee.
the.
And figure out who orchestrated the breakout. The 1,000 gold is for returning Sken Zabris. Any bonuses are on what kind of information you bring back. In addition to that.
Well, I would
And
suggest we start in the regular direction.
Theoretically, he might give you some money if you don't manage to catch her, but find out useful information like that.
Mhm.
There's, but you're guaranteed 750 is bring her back.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
As we're going to start pointing that direction, why don't we start heading in that direction and see what we can find?
Wait, which direction first?
The direction that choose pointing the direction that they went.
That they ran? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
At some point, we should go back to the explosion and investigate that.
That too. Yes.
Yes, but I believe if catching her is our first priority.
And if she's the magic user, one of them is, then perhaps I can do something. And then she takes out this sort of ornate book, flips it open, and does a little thing, and the quill comes back in, and she's, all right, Grim, would you give me the ritual for detect magic, please? And this sort of like entire ritual setup just appears above the book, and just starts quickly like seeing like a video on super speed, going through a bunch of motions, and then just suddenly like her glasses kind of glint and flare up with detect magic, and she starts heading in that direction.
You just hear Fleur under her breath, if Ricklin could see this. This is new.
So is that a full ritual time, or was it like instant cast?
That's an instant cast, a ritual as an instant cast.
Yeah, I'm just like shaking my head like, yeah, I gotta get me one of those sometime, because that's handy.
So we're walking, right?
Yep.
Does Terwin have anything to make him move like the speed of everyone else?
I was gonna say, is Daisy able to like hop on behind the saddle type of thing?
I'm actually asking because I have Longstrider and I will cast it on Terwin if he's having a hard time keeping up.
I mean, are we like running? I mean, I thought we were just sort of like moving and.
I think all of our walking speed is higher than yours.
Yeah, but if you're not moving max movement every turn, it's only a 5 foot per turn difference.
I can hustle a little bit.
I mean,
I'm used to it walking with this one.
I would imagine like we're both
in fact,
so tiny.
Ezra would be the one that would take more time.
Would Daisy be able
so
to carry
fucking
both?
out of shape.
Yeah, not asking in character, just something I would do if it was an issue. But
Daisy,
it's not, no concern.
I think we could say that yes, Daisy could carry both of you. She couldn't like run into battle carrying both of you.
No.
But she could like at a walking speed reasonably carry 2 small halflings.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just trying to be a little bit quicker about it.
If he seems to be lagging behind, I will offer Terwin a. Would you like to ride on Daisy?
Daisy seems like a very pleasant badger. And I appreciate the invitation, but I think I'm a fan of keeping my feet on the ground, and I'll just hustle if I have to keep up.
Also, I will be right back. Sorry, I just need to go grab.
Sure.
Something.
I'm going to have to grab a plate of food at some point, but not yet.
Yeah,
Hi.
She's just trying to
Who
be
is being a
faster,
bit
but not
noisy.
actually being faster because she's so damn like slow and like frail, and she's probably asthmatic to some extent. But she's trying to be a little quicker about it because of the time limit on the spell. But she's definitely looking for anything that pings as magical as they go along past the fog cloud.
So I've taken you back to the map of
Okay.
Lower Hupperdook because that'll give you a sense of. So you were here-ish.
All right.
So I know you were heading this way, right?
Yeah,
Following.
following.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Following them.
Okay, I'm good.
The Haku, stop it, please.
I'm gonna
No.
be specifically looking out for any sewer entrances that we come
entrances.
across.
Okay.
And I flick my wrist, and basically a vaguely blue, glowy magnifying glass just sort of like apparates into my hand, and I like look over excitedly and at Esri. I'm like, "Okay, Ez, time to look for clues."
I'm glad you're getting into
Fleur
it,
will-
Mr. Terwin.
Fleur will just look at Daisy and say, "We have some strange new friends."
I have no idea what I've gotten myself into.
You and me both.
Quarter share of 1,000 gold pieces. I mean,
There is that. I'll
That'll
take
definitely
that.
be a good start in searching into the mountains.
oh man, yeah, we could fund a couple of expeditions for that.
Exactly. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah. Also, like, not all of us. I'm like looking at the book at your hip, like, have shortcuts. So sometimes we might need to spend a little bit more.
Shortcut?
And I've got like in and amongst the various pockets of the brown leather duster I have are like all of my various spell components and things that I keep. I don't look like a wizard, more just like a rather well-to-do dressed hobbit. But
Brendan, one quick question. You sent your familiar after was the direction you gave the familiar was to come back when they stopped?
just come back if they stopped and went into any particular location or building.
Okay.
And then to basically come back to me and find me.
Okay. Well, for right now, they have not come back.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, since everyone else is looking for something, I'm looking for marks or scratches on doors or alleyways that might give like a thieves' cant. Any kind of thieves' cant. Just anything small.
All right. So everyone who is actively looking for something specific, if you guys are moving slowly enough, you can roll an investigation check. And since you're not going to catch it right away, I'm assuming you're moving slowly enough to actually really look.
I feel like Flair's looking, but I'm like, I don't know that Flair even knows what she's looking for, because other than signs that they ran somewhere, like.
Yeah.
I feel like Flair's more just keeping an eye out in case they actually, run into people.
22.
23.
All right. And Esri, what specifically were you looking for?
She has the detect magic up, so she's also looking for any more signs of magic as they've gone along.
Signs of magic. Anything else? Signs of magic.
That and just basically seeing if she can trail them.
Okay. Let's start with Guild.
Yeah.
You do not see anything with thieves' cant.
Cool.
Cool. At least for now. Terwin, you we're looking for like sewer entrances and things like that.
Sewer entrances, or not necessarily like a building, but especially as we go by the area where they drop the fog cloud, any kind of like hidey hole, anything that looks like it might be not like a regular door, but like a particularly dark alley or something that looks like a. Basically, I'm keeping an eye out for anything that would be an equivalent to one of those haystacks that you can hide in Assassin's Creed.
That makes sense. Okay. So you.
Yes, good.
Sort of what I was going for with thieves' cant, but smarter.
You don't see around where they drop the fog cloud any specific like alleys or entryways. I mean, there are some alleys around. There are some small alleys, but they're not like the dark and dingy alley that you'd go hide down and find, thieves hiding. You checking something. You do see. Sorry, Haku is playing tug of war.
Vax tried to eat me when I went out.
You also do not see any specific sewer entrances right there. I mean, there's obviously got to be some sort of sewer system in this city because it's a big city. But like right around there, there's nothing that looks specifically conspicuous to you. Because you're looking both around and down, you do see some footprints. It's a little hard because the ground is very muddy because it clearly rained fairly recently. But you do see like tracks continuing. You're not sure if it's the people you're chasing, but some of them look a little big, and everyone you've seen here other than Guild seems to be pretty small, closer to your size. So you suspect that maybe they just dropped it to get cover to keep running. As opposed to necessarily dropping it to immediately go into a hidey hole.
Right, somewhere nearby. I'm not necessarily good at following tracks.
Right, yeah. But you had a good enough investigation.
Some big feet.
Yeah, exactly. You had a good enough investigation roll that you spotted some tracks. Now, again, they are very hard to make out because the ground is muddy. So following them would be quite challenging, even for someone who is particularly skilled in that. Esri, there is not really any magic. This doesn't. You're not picking up on anything particularly of interest or anything particularly magical. Clearly the now Goliath was a spellcaster. But it doesn't look like there's any magic obscuring anything or hiding anything right now.
All right.
Sort of as with Terwin, your suspicion is that fog cloud cast was just to get them a little extra cover because they'd seen you as they were running past. They didn't know if you were going to follow them. They wanted more cover than they had.
Jerusha, can you drop her name in the chat? Because I missed it when you said it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also have no idea how to spell it. I typed it and
spelling,
I made my best guess, but I'm like,
So
I got Scanzabreeze.
Yeah.
Scanzabris. Aha.
And the Watchmaster, because that might also be helpful to have, is Watchmaster.
Bram Gulchswaddle.
Yeah, which is pretty much spelled the way I pronounced it, because I was not going to try to figure out another way to pronounce that, but Gulchswaddle.
Oh, I had that right.
Yeah, I mean, really pretty much the only other option would have been Swaddle with D's instead of T. Like,
I almost.
Yeah, I just heard Fuddle Scuttle.
Gnomes.
Gnomes have names.
All right then. So we just maybe pick a direction.
Yeah. So as you continue on down, you hit sort of the next big intersection, unless you turn off on one of these smaller side streets. You hit sort of the next big intersection up here.
I think now it's probably just a matter of more looking for clues.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and deciding whether you want to keep going this way or, as Terwin already suggested, go back to the prison and look at that.
I'm not seeing any magic here. And just like kind of clutching the book in front of her, like it was a good try, Graham.
I mean, figuring out where those kobolds got in from is not a bad start for doing this.
Sure.
They are the tunnel-y type. So this may have been the exit route, but an underground tunnel may have been their entry point. We can kind of maybe keep searching for clues here, but if we end up coming up dry, might be a good time to go pop back over to where they came from, look for something there.
That's a good idea.
I'm hoping Sable shows up at some point with some insight as to where they may have gone.
I'll follow your lead.
All right. Anything useful in this area that we're in here?
Hey, we can't hear you anymore.
Sorry, I muted because the dog was
Oh.
playing tug. No, there's not really. I mean, it's just a straight. The trail is. I don't know if any of you are proficient in survival and would want to try to follow. But the trail itself, even if you did, and if you're not proficient, there's not a chance.
Right.
You might spot an occasional large footprint, but it's following
I
it.
have proficiency in survival, but it's not good because my wisdom is 0. So I'm willing to try.
But you're proficient.
You're proficient.
Yeah,
That's what matters.
If you want to try to follow the tracks, which Terwin can point out because he did spot them,
We'll
can certainly try.
All right.
Ooh, that's a 17.
Hey.
So you managed to follow them a few steps, and you get to that. But when you get to that big intersection, so that sort of tells you, no, we don't need to go down. You get enough to sort of know you don't need to go down any of these side streets.
Okay.
But when you get to that big intersection, it's a little too muddied. There's too many footprints. Clearly, a lot of people walk back and forth across this area, and the mud is a little bit thicker because of that. You do notice, Guild, a little bit of something interesting, which is that there is a little bit of what looks like some sort of red clay mixed in. It's not regular, and the mud itself is different from the clay. So you don't know if you don't know what that means, right? You just know that there is some red clay, and it sort of seems to follow the path that the kobolds and the prisoner were taking, but it's a little hard to tell.
If nothing else, I think that validates the tunneling theory. I'm just kind of pointing out the clay. This doesn't match the area. Can't follow the tracks for shit, but that's out of place.
I'm definitely going to be scooping some up into a pouch of some kind.
Okay. Yeah, you get a little bit of mud and red clay.
Yeah. There's got to be a gnome somewhere in this town who just loves his dirt. Might be able to tell us some more about this tomorrow.
Gnomes.
Then to the explosion site?
Actually, question. I feel I'm guessing this isn't going to help. I was like, so Daisy has advantage on perception checks based on smell, but I feel like he would need something to identify as the target first. So.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely to use if you had something that belonged to,
like the bloodhound. Like, here, sniff this. Go.
Yeah. But that is good to know, and you might be able to use it later.
Yeah.
Maybe something from the person's cell.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we may have hit a dead end here, but I think we go back,
we can find
flash the badge, and if we can if Daisy can fit inside of wherever that person came from, she might be able to sniff them out. And if we could come back here and still pick up the scent, I don't know how long that sort of thing lasts, so we may want to actually hurry a little bit, hurry back and.
All right.
Yeah, I'd say then. Yes, I'd say if we can get to wherever they broke out of, and maybe pick up a trail of some kind there.
I'm game if you all are. Although if we're gonna hustle, if I may, I might, and he sort of like very hesitantly like approaches Daisy and is like, Nice badger. Like, this thing is like, I don't know how big a giant badger is, but like,
they're medium sized, but yeah, I don't know how
That's
tall
a
they
big-
actually are.
Yeah.
big, big
I mean,
badger.
it's a big enough sized creature that I'm allowing it to potentially carry both Terwin and Fleur.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it is
But,
not a small.
Yeah, I'm used to animals being actually smaller than me, and I tend not to trust any of them if they're bigger than me, and that means a lot of things, especially the ones on 4 legs that you ride.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna eat you. He's got bows in his fur.
So
That's
according to
disarming.
Reddit, sorry, I just googled it really fast because I was curious. According to Reddit, at least, giant badgers are the same size as a dwarf.
At the very least, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure that Miss
like
Fleur would
twice
get
the
in
size
trouble
of a
if her
halfling,
mount
so-
ate you, Mr. Terwin. So you should be fine with that.
Okay, sure. I will gingerly climb aboard the badger, like, but yeah, it is awkward. Like, I don't know where to put my hands. Like, it's not like there's a saddle. Like, is there a saddle? Like,
There's
you
a
just,
saddle of
like,
the Cavalier.
Yeah, I have a saddle of the Cavalier.
Fleur
Yeah,
has a saddle.
Oh, okay.
she has a big
Yeah.
fancy saddle. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's
So I'm like awkwardly holding on to it as much as possible, trying to not like disturb or kick the badger in any way.
Luckily, Daisy is well trained and does not seem
Yes.
even. I feel safe in saying does not seem even remotely disturbed by her.
Oh, that's good.
His added.
Yeah, because
Burden.
Hi.
there's a lot of badgers in the Marrow Valley, and they're not nearly this nice or this big, but still.
well, Daisy is special. Daisy, like I said, I rescued Daisy when he was little, so he's grown up with people. Yes, he can be fierce when he needs to be, but for the most part, he's quite tame.
All right.
All right, so all of you head back towards where the explosion happened, which, because you all saw the smoke, you have a pretty good sense of where that is.
Yeah.
And with Terwin mounted on Daisy, you make decent enough time until you reach a prison. Unsurprisingly, given you knew that it was a prisoner who escaped.
Mhm.
It's easy to see the metallic sheen of many tall steel plates fixed to the mountainside. And these are the outer walls of Gearhole Prison. Moonlight and still smoldering fires frame the billowing smoke that pours from a gaping cavity in the rock and metal, marking the violent escape route taken by the Goliath and her accomplices. As you do approach, there are members of the Crown's Guard on site. And if you get close, they will step up to sort of block your route.
Yeah, we've got business here. I'll look at Terwin, who
Shopping.
presumably has the thing.
No,
No,
I'm
Fleur
tackling
does.
Fleur because I didn't want to have anything
Fleur
to do
did,
with
yeah.
the badge.
Ah, Fleur had it.
Own the badge. We're official.
Yes, Fleur will flash the badge and say, "We've been sent by the Watchmaster."
All right. And they step aside, the badge being enough to convince them that you are permitted in.
Proper investigations.
One of
So,
them accompanies you.
Where'd all this go down at?
Well, let me show you. And he leads the way down. He is destroying a large box that his dog food came in. Anyway, leads you down to, pretty obvious 10-foot hole. It's edged with twisted steel and jagged rock. And it's above a pile of rubble. Behind the hole is a stone prison cell, or what was a stone prison cell, because yeah, it's not looking so great. There's not a lot in it. Soot-stained walls, an overturned bed that is charred on one side, and a thin skylight above the hole that matches others along the steel wall.
Is there any bedding, or is it like a straw mattress?
It is more like a straw mattress.
Okay. I mean, it would if this person's been sleeping on it, it's gonna be better than nothing. Can your I'm gonna like dismount from Daisy and like, can she get down there, or should we like go get it and bring it to her?
Daisy could probably make her way through the rubble, over the rubble and through the hole. I mean, the hole was big enough to get a Goliath out of it, so
and badgers can burrow.
Badgers can burrow.
Make the hole bigger.
We know about that.
There is as you get in, as you sort of make your way in, there is also a mangled chamber pot. That's embedded in the right wall.
Oof.
That's lovely.
And interestingly, an elf. So that's unexpected. In a long leather coat. Who is?
I like his choice of fashion already.
She is pulling it from the wall, from trying to pull the chamber pot from the stone.
Does she look Crownsguard or more?
No,
or in any way official?
She does not look Crownsguard. What is everyone's passive perception?
Not good.
And
16.
15.
Okay. Esri and Fleur, you notice this elf pocketing 3 charred pieces of paper from the pot. And then she turns and looks at all of you. What's your business?
What's yours?
Pointing to Fleur for the badge.
Yeah, she's just say, we've been sent to investigate. What happened here? What brings you here?
Seems perhaps somewhat the same of you, but I'm already done with my search, so good luck.
If that's the case, can we see what you found in that? We saw the scraps of paper.
And why would I give it to you?
Aren't we investigating
because
the same
if
thing?
you don't, we will simply turn you in for
obstruction of an official investigation.
I mean, I was more thinking just turn you in as a prisoner of war, because we can only assume that you are aiding them.
Oh, treason.
Do you really think that I would have been allowed in here if I weren't also authorized to be here?
Well, then you should have no problem sharing what you found.
If you're here on official business, I mean, we're all here to help the good and glorious empire.
I'm going to
stumbling over the words.
I'm going to suspect that you are here. And he looks at Terwin in particular on that one.
Charming smile. I like your jacket, by the way.
Thank you. But I suspect you're here for money as much as I am.
Ah, so you are competition.
And there we get to the reason why I'm not just going to show you my information.
Oh no, let her keep it. It's 1 against 4 of us. I don't think she's going to get very far.
I'm going to sort of just look like I'm walking over to go find a Crownsguard. I'm actually going to say, I'm going to go find a guard and ask some questions, since obviously we're not going to get anything from her. And as soon as I turn my back, I'm going to cast Mage Hand and see if I can't pick her pocket.
Yeah!
Roll sleight of hand.
All right.
And I'm going to try to talk.
Oh,
I would have tried to distract, but...
yeah.
That's a 9.
Sarah can't
She
distract.
steps away from the hand that is attempting to pick her pocket and looks at, well, one of you's a tricky one.
I'm just like walking away, going to talk to the Crown's Guard. I
And-
wasn't looking. That's why I messed up. See, I was trying to be. I was. Yeah, I got to work on that.
And she walks out as well.
Could I have seen anything on when she was like pulling out those papers? Since I have the eyes of the eagle, that makes it very easy to see things from far away that are even like tiny. Tiny.
Oh my gosh, you are Mayron.
You can roll me a perception check, but probably not.
Okay.
Like you
At
can
least I'm
certainly
range
try.
on it.
1 second. Haku, buddy.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
why are you? I'll be right back. 1 second.
All right.
You can talk. I just can't see.
24.
Okay.
Nice.
Thank you.
So-
Advantage.
So here's the thing. You certainly saw that they were charred pieces of paper.
Mm-hmm.
And once I get back to my computer, I will
Smells
give you
like
a
magic.
little bit more. Haku, I hadn't actually taken the food out of the box.
Oh.
Oh,
And
no.
Haku was not trying to eat the food. He was just chewing on the bag as if it were part of the box.
Oh gosh.
So
Oops.
I have now relocated the food to his food container, and he can continue destroying the box with all the excitement that this dog has
Actually,
when destroying boxes.
That is a good point. I should probably go make sure Mona has food. Sorry. I'll be
Yeah,
right
he
back.
wasn't
Well,
trying
that
to
might
eat
not that
food.
food.
He was not trying to eat the food at all. He just had managed to chew through part of the bag. And I was like, this could make even worse mess. All right. So you don't catch. Well, it's a little hard because it was very quick and very small, and
Yeah. But
yes,
at least
you
the very
have-
small thing is kind of taken up by the glasses since that's
Yeah,
what they're
yeah.
for.
yeah, no, but it was still very quick.
Yeah.
You caught a few words. Worry not
Mm-hmm.
seemed to be at the beginning of the paper. Something about a ring,
Okay.
and then something about stand back.
Going to quickly, just procure just out of thin air that quill again in blue ink this time in a different book. She just writes that all down so she doesn't forget. And then she'll walk over to the group and mention that I at least got a few words from the papers, but I'm not sure if it'll be too useful, but possibly.
Every clue is a good clue,
Mhm.
except
Well,
those
sure.
that aren't.
There's some sort of ring involved, and there's definitely correspondence with the people that were trying to get her out.
You didn't see any names, did you?
Mm-mm. Just worry not, something about a ring, and stay back. So she knew that there was going to be an explosion.
Interesting.
Which means they had some way of communicating
Mm-hmm.
inside here. Could mean a few things. Am I the only one that wants to figure this out just so she can't?
Just to beat the other one, you mean?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing.
I-
Nothing wrong with it. It's a healthy competition.
There's there's also quite a bit wrong, at least to me, with keeping secrets, especially from people who are trying to do the same thing and trying to solve the same mystery you are.
Yes. Well, and unlike some people, I'm not in it for the money. I'm just trying to stop a prisoner of war from escaping.
The goal is to at least solve this mystery and bring her to justice, I guess, so...
if there's you said there was a Crown Guard that was actually escorting us.
A Crown Guard escorted you, but then didn't like stay with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably not far outside. Like,
Okay.
you know, you suspect. Actually, since you started to walk away, you probably saw him waiting outside, but he's not like staring at you guys.
He's not babysitting us.
Yeah.
Okay.
He figures you can't get anywhere other than this cell without him seeing you, so you don't need to be babysat.
Okay. So I got a feeling if there was any other clues, they may have been picked clean already by what's her jacket.
Probably.
But we got a little bit of something. I mean, so is it like the wall is blown out and it's something in, or is it like a hole that we'd have to climb down into?
So it's the wall.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I'll climb in and drag out the bedding and anything else I can find inside the cell that is not rubble.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check just to see what you find.
Trying to help you, but
no, that would be great. Why don't you just roll as well?
Okay. Yeah, we'll start investigating around the room.
I've apparently I'm on a hot streak of bad luck.
22.
22,
Oh,
and just to know what you got, Brendan, what did you get?
I got an 8.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you head over to the bed. Taryn, you're like, it's a bed. There's a bed here. Let me drag this bed. And
I gotta drag it and anything else out to the badger.
As Taryn attempts to start dragging a bed, which is pretty funny because this, the bedding for this bed was the size for a Goliath, and Taryn is a halfling, so it's a bit of a sight. But something catches your eye, Ezri.
Glint.
You see a jagged, your fist size, shard of bronze lodged in the bed frame. So as he's dragging the mattressy part, the straw mattress part out, it's lodged in the wood.
Oh. What about this?
And you look at it more closely. As you get close, smells of sulfur.
Oh.
And maybe blasting powder. You're not really familiar. Like it smells like explosion. And it doesn't match anything in this cell.
This is definitely new. She's gonna call people over to point it
I
out.
want to take a look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, does it...
Yeah.
Anything we can figure out from it? Was it magical or crafted?
So you're not sure. It really it's just a hunk of bronze. Which there's nothing else bronze that you're spotting immediately. So you suspect it had something to do with the explosion, but you don't really know.
Do I recognize that as potentially some kind of projectile that might have been launched or whatever?
It's not really clear. But Ezri, do you keep looking around?
Yeah. She wants to
finding
find everything that she can possible.
I'm gonna let your investigation roll continue to count. So once everyone else comes over to look at this piece of bronze, you keep looking. Okay, it's very clear that the explosion came from inside the. So it exploded out, not in. It looks like there's maybe multiple explosions that went off at the same time. So it wasn't just one explosive. And as you continue to examine Ezri, in the loose rock on the ground, you find a strange flat automaton. It's the size of a dinner plate. It was sort of buried a little, so it was a little hard to spot. But it It's made of iron. It kind of resembles a crab, maybe. It's not functioning. It's very damaged. But you look at it. You look at the skylight. This would have fit through that skylight.
Oh, that is genius. Oh,
Did you figure something out, Esri?
yeah, and she's kind of reaching down. She has her own mage hand that she picks up this little automaton with, and just very gently, like turning it around, taking a look at it. That is incredible craftsmanship. I'm very sad that it got broken. But this looks like it could have come in from up there.
Is there a way to get to the skylight?
I mean, not really. It's not too high for you, but it is still above you.
Anything in the room that I could push closer that I could maybe jump off of to get up there? I want to get up there.
So, yeah, probably the bed
is it?
frame. So it is tall enough. I don't know an exact feet height, but it is tall enough that it would have been out of reach of a Goliath. Hence the too tall for Gil to really get to.
Yeah,
I can make a stepladder that's 3 feet tall.
that would be useful.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to get up there.
A 3 foot tall stepladder would be enough for Gil to certainly to at least jump from to get a better.
Hey.
Apparate. My magnifying glass turns into a stepladder, and I hand it off.
Very, very handy trick.
Right?
I'm gonna jump for it, see if I can get up there and get a better look around.
Okay. Roll me an athletics or acrobatics.
Cool. Let me bring my character
Athletics
sheet
is
back.
usually the vertical.
Yeah,
Acrobatics
it's mostly. I'm giving the choice because it's sort of a mix of jump and also like getting a good grip and holding onto a thing. And
I did
there's like
real
a number of
good.
factors.
Parkour.
But it's a +7, so 12.
Okay. Yeah, you jump and you get that high. I mean, like on the 3 foot step ladder, you're 6 feet tall. It's not that far above you, but there's no way you are gonna like grab anything. You jump, you look out the skylight, and then you fall.
Should have used a different die. This one
Is
is
there?
not me.
So the skylight presumably goes to the sky. How high up is that though? Because if we're looking at the outside, is there like a shelf or something that we could get to from the outside?
So skylight is more of a relative term. It's high up, but it's in like this is in a rocky wall face. So it's not like it's above your head. Like it's not like it's not like it's in the ceiling. It's just very high up in the wall. So it's like a very high window.
Okay.
It's less of a traditional what we think of a skylight and more of it serves basically the same purpose because it's so high up.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. From the outside, is there anything? Can I sort of triangulate like which hole it may be, and is there any place near that on the outside that I could stand on? Because I might be able to.
Actually, why don't we just elevate it further with the disc, and then stick your stepladder on the disc and get 3 more extra feet?
I'll take it.
That could work.
I want to get a look up there.
Yeah.
Do you have an instant disc? Otherwise, it's going to take me 10 minutes.
Oh, it would take me 10 minutes too, but.
All right. We can race.
I can only do that once per day, unfortunately. Grim only has so much energy for it.
I can do it. I've got the stuff.
All right.
So, after having drug the mattress out and kind of put it in front of Daisy and just sort of like with my mage hand, like gently pat him, like not my hand, the mage hand, say like sniff. I'll spend the time to bring in the floating disc and then put the ladder on top of that. It's like,
there you go.
Go for it.
All right.
Oh, let's try again.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with 6 feet of height, like I'm
That
gonna
gets
have
me up
you
12 feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll just to see if you take like fall damage when you land.
Well, that's a 17 this time.
Hey,
Okay.
teamwork makes the dream work.
So it's not much of a leap from 6 feet up when you're already 6 feet tall. And you get Haku. That is an umbrella. You get Haku stealing an umbrella is what you get.
Oh boy.
He's full of it. Anyway, he needs to go to sleep. Because it's past his bedtime. And sometimes when it's past his bedtime, either he'll curl up and sleep, or he will like be a total brat because he thinks I should go to sleep. Anyway, so you get a good grip, and you're sort of hanging on the wall, because it was still a little bit of up, but not a ton.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see out the light, the window. It looks like outside. You do notice, as you're up there, roll me an investigation check.
Okay. Fuck! My dice hate me. That's only an 11. I'm good at that.
That's okay. You didn't need a ton. So you get up there and it's funny. They have this whole steel prison. And they have windows that, I mean, admittedly, mostly gnomes here. Probably not terribly tall. These are really high windows, all that. It's not like they're locked or particularly difficult to open. They're just really high up. So they're relying on the no one can reach this theory of security. It's also pretty small. So like even a gnome wouldn't fit through this hole. A dinner plate sized automaton, sure.
Is there any idea that I can get while like looking out that window where that could have come through the window from? Do I think it walked down the wall, or was somebody just yeeted it through the window?
Yeah, you suspect maybe walked down the wall. You're not quite sure.
Okay.
It's a little hard to tell, but
Just hop down. They really need to work on their security. That is not locked.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Get a sense of like the make on this little automaton thing. Like, is this like gnomish design, or
roll me an additional investigation check for that one, because that's a much more specific.
My food is here, so
okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
come on,
we'll probably take a bio break soon too.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Wait, I can mute it.
Whoa! Ah!
Weird audio.
Ah!
Hi, Maggie.
Hi, Maggie. Ah!
Whose audio is that?
That's Maggie's.
Oh, hi, Maggie. Your audio's weird.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, please do that. We could barely hear you, and we were just getting like massive static.
Yeah. So 9 plus 8 is 17.
Okay.
Wow.
Yay,
Looks
SMRT.
gnomish. You're not sure what the make is. Like, this isn't something you've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
But your best guess is, probably gnomish, a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't seen anything quite like it. Clever. It's very
yeah,
clever.
she is very intrigued by this whole design of the thing. It's like she wants to kind of like do one of those take it apart, put it back together things.
You suspect that if it's of local make, you could probably find out who made it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was like, did it have any like stamps on it or anything like that?
No, it's not. There's nothing quite that obvious, but like,
Okay.
it's unique enough. Like it's not something that you have seen as something that would have been like exported or seen around outside.
Yeah.
So if the maker is local, you suspect that at least a reasonably well-informed resident would know who it is.
Mm-hmm.
So either it's local and you can get that information, or it's from somewhere totally different and you're not going to know.
Yeah. She's gonna see about like very, very gently like finding like a bit of cloth in her pack or something like that to wrap it in, put it in there, so keep it as like that is impressive. We might be able to talk to someone around. They might have seen it. It seems like it could be gnomish.
Potentially, yes. Meanwhile, yeah, Flora will have Daisy sniff the bedding or whatever, and see if he can pick up any kind of a scent or whatever.
Okay, roll me a perception check with advantage because it's based on smell.
We found another clue. Time to write it in our notebook.
Yay! Handy dandy notebook. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, your character is basically based around handy dandy notebooks.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
With my pen, I never need to dip.
What is the perception score?
We just got uploaded.
So I'm guessing +1 to perception, right? I think.
Giant
Passive
badge.
perception is 11, so their wisdom is 1.
Yeah, plus one.
+1. So 20 total.
Ooh.
Okay.
I rolled a 19. Yeah.
So Daisy sniffs and scrunches his nose, sniffs a little more. You get the sense that he's not enjoying the smell of his bedding.
Sorry, boy. I know it's probably not pleasant.
Based on his behavior, and like you raised Daisy from a baby, so like
Yeah.
you can read his behavior pretty well. You suspect that any scent that was there is probably a bit overwhelmed by the scent of the explosions.
Yeah.
Especially
if it was sulfur based, that's a pretty strong smell.
Yeah. That why he keeps scrunching his nose and looking displeased. Isn't that the Goliath smelled really bad?
Yeah.
Though that's entirely possible that the Goliath did smell really bad. But that he keeps smelling sulfur and doesn't enjoy the smell of sulfur.
Yeah.
Aku, stop getting over there. So that is what you get from that. So you have some clues. You got the stuff Esri saw. You've got this automaton. You know that the explosion came from inside, but the automaton seems probably related. At least that would be a reasonable assumption to make. Maybe someone with really terrible insight, not so much, but someone with halfway decent insight would probably assume, hey, automaton came in, explosion happened inside, probably related. And the question is, what do you want to do with that?
I want to get the name of that other investigator from
Okay.
Sort of wander over to the Crown's Guard and get her name.
Yeah, so the Crown's Guard
and ask if she also had like a badge or what.
I feel like Flo's more curious just about the credentials that she showed to get in there. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, so the Crown's Guard tells you, and I'm going to type in her name, that her name is Yinra Emberwind. He also asks your name because you didn't actually introduce yourself.
Flo, my apologies. Flo Steel Fury.
She did have a badge. She's somewhat known around these parts. She's not like a resident of Hupperduke, but she is a bounty hunter who often, when she's in the area, does like odd jobs and sort of mercenary type freelancer work. So it didn't really surprise the Crown's Guard that she was brought in to investigate this particular issue. But that's most of what they know about her. She's always been, relatively friendly, but a little standoffish. But they often find the tall folk to be a little standoffish, so that doesn't really, give them any sort of bad feeling about her other than, oh, she's tall folk.
Right. The air tends to be a little thinner up there, so.
Yeah.
Ezra would agree with that.
She's generally been pretty good at figuring things out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, her track record's pretty decent.
So she's our Sherlock Holmes, and we need to do this in less steps than her.
Yes.
Because that went so well last time.
Right.
Oh yeah, we need to play that game.
Mm-hmm.
We do. That would be
John
fun.
and I have played it. So like we could kind of co-run other ones. One of them we did actually really well on. The other one we did terribly on.
And I am going to say, Maggie's on her way home.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take the dog out and take a bio break.
Okay.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
sounds like a good
In
timing
hopes
for that.
that maybe when we come back from his bio break, he settles down and takes a nap. Instead of continuing to tear apart.
Hey, Side Guy, right?
Yeah.
But
Find
we will
a game.
return, and hopefully by the time we're back, Maggie will be getting
Reddit.com/r/LFG
in the
is where I
range
found
of
most of
getting
my
ready,
games.
so we can
that's always a good place to
figure
start
out
if you
how to
want
incorporate
online game.
Westcott back into
Online
this.
I mean, I
games.
feel like it works
fun.
if we're leaving this place. We can
Yeah.
finally run into him again.
Yeah, and think about whether there's anything else you want to ask or look into before you leave the prison.
Okay.
But you can certainly go out with what you've got and see what you can find.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Break time.
Break time.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course. I shall follow the lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's...
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Modern flavor.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Specifically, that one's called, fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it, I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, fuck, this is a terrible place.
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah, so as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again.
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because, I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
You know, the factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I
do. I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. Because I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the
welcome.
main takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for Euelia. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Go back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops.
Inflict whoops. As if I've made a terrible mistake.
Zafar shouts from his pedestal at the far end. Get a move on! I'm getting bored up here.
Is he talking to us or the slugs?
You guys.
I mean, why isn't he shouting at the slugs then? They're not doing anything.
And they're the ones that really are moving kind of slow right now.
Finish him off already.
So that's a question. When you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage or just any kind of acid?
Are you just gonna like throw up on him? Stomach acid?
Actually, now that you see
Oh,
I wasn't thinking that, but yeah, that would work.
Is a ready supply of acid?
I will give you that does 1 acid damage if you throw up on the slug.
Well, that's any better.
Then wait, let me get the flame blade ready. Flame blade on, motherfuckers.
Alright. You pop a flame blade in your hands. Bauer, how do you make yourself vomit on the slug?
Oh god.
On the list of things I never thought would happen in a D&D game, my players vomiting on an enemy to kill it. Roll to hit the slug with vomit.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of quadrupedal.
Basted up. The bear's walking on 2 legs now.
No, it's definitely not bear tracks anymore. It's definitely
it's not bear.
No,
Changing the shape of his foot.
They're definitely humanoid.
Father Fike was about to have a conniption with freaking Noxus. He's about to be like, "You fucking idiot! It's still a fucking bear."
That's how we couldn't find
It's a tricky bear. It found shoes. It put shoes on. This is where it sat and put on shoes. And the struggle with the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for a trap.
It wore its last traveler's skin.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that was when God carried the bear.
Yeah.
God, for the love of Cord, stop.
Oh my god.
All right, we know that there are 1,000,001 bear puns out there. Let's try.
And I can, you know what, guys, I'm barely holding myself together right now.
Let's turn Persona 4 very quickly.
Oh, God. This is just unbearable.
Yeah, that pun was unbearable.
All right, everybody get them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
All right.
We're good. We're good.
All right, that's where we're gonna call it tonight.
What is this other book that you speak of? And she sort of closes the book in Dwarvish, and she kind of sits up a little bit and sits back, sort of in that centered watery area, and with a lot more dexterity than you would expect, actually slips the Dwarvish book into the bag of holding, and then flips open the butter churning milkmaid, like, flipping through it sort of page by page.
She was very accurate in how she described it.
She was. You're not wrong.
And you can see after a moment she just stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute best to keep a completely straight face.
Yep.
Wiria is keeping a straight face.
Elisa's trying so hard not to laugh.
Bellis has high charisma. I think he's good, but it's
or not just not react.
Katana's just.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like. She turns like one page, and she's like reading through it. She kind of
good parts.
Well, she flipped through a bunch of it. She stops, and she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you, and then she looks back to the book.
Oh, we just gave the dragon a bodice buster.
And she looks back to you. I have lived for almost 1,000 years. I have seen the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never experienced anything like this.
Something we don't have in common.
She sort of like leans down, looks at all of you like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people create much of this?
Have you heard of the Great Word Archive of our own?
It is perhaps more common than it should be. But
yep. Varying degrees of quality, but
as with all things.
It seemed like something that perhaps, as you said, you have not had the opportunity to experience.
She sort of nods her head and slides it into the bag of holding with the other book.
And thus ends the saga of the Butter Milkmaid. 30 fucking sessions.
Oh my god.
We gave it to a dragon.
Okay, this is probably the worst use of an insight check ever, but does she seem to like it?
Actually, yeah, I would.
Actually.
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
I need to know this. I need to know.
Oh no, you guys. Hey, that's
I know, I'm like, I want to roll 2, but that's
14!
15!
20. 20.
20 for insight on the dragon liking the smut.
Okay. All right. Go into the Whispers channel because it's Whispers time.
So D&D Beyond.
I thought very carefully, by the way, about how weary I should describe the smut.
Yeah.
She wanted to be 100% accurate, but also, you know, positive about this document.
No, the dragon's just putting in the name of like her high school's crush as opposed to the Lord in this book. The dragon creates the first fanfic.
I want you to bring me more.
Cortana's just starts writing fanfic.
Eventually becomes a world-renowned smut writer.
Oh god, she finds it later in a different life, and like, what
there we go.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
I don't know.
Thou
I'm
hast
pretty
heard
satisfied.
Such a thing many times. falls out of his chair. This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
With that confirmation especially, she'll just look at Elias and say, I do believe Weir is correct. I believe that your goddess is protecting this graveyard.
That might explain why
She's doing a shit job of it, isn't she?
Spells got more powerful. I mean, hey, she just deals with the aberrations are way.
Yeah. Yes,
that stuff, whatever that was, that is. We won't
That
have to
was
worry about
fucked
undead
up,
here.
I
I have to
believe,
imagine.
is the term.
Yeah. Thank you, Curtonis. Yeah.
She's learning.
Shit is.
The T-Rexes are now turtles.
All the way down?
Yes.
I'll be mean to this turtle right here.
Okay.
You do know what happens when you... Oh!
You gonna flip over the turtle?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's just mean.
That's so mean.
They attacked us. That's on them.
I mean, it was coming right for Diggeroy. What else do you expect me to do?
You saved my life, man. I'll never forget this.
Well, sadly, the because it's adorned by Chi. They're the ones that did the I Like Bread shirt. That I think Laura wore on Critical Role.
She did.
Because I think it got the critter hug of death. Because I got an email from them, and they're like, "So, like, your order was back ordered, and we just found out our supplier. We don't know when we're getting the I Like Bread shirt back in stock. If we're getting, so we're just gonna refund you the shirt and send you the sweatshirt because that's the T-shirt's what's holding up your order.
Oh.
So it was it was like, all right, I appreciate they full refunded half the
Also,
and-
What was your trinket?
Oh shoot!
I
What
saw
did
your roll.
Yes,
I did roll, and I don't remember what I got.
I am so amused
You
by
know what,
this.
I'm just gonna roll again. That's an 82.
Were you just sharing your dice, or were you sharing your roll?
Plan of a temple
Oh no, I was
castle
just sharing my
structure.
dice.
Those are
Okay.
pretty dice.
Yeah.
Because that dice is... Oh, that's not a... Because I was going to say your 82 is really close to the 84 that's showing, but
Oh
it's
yeah.
technically not two
It was. I
tens.
think it's the D. Yeah, it's the D8. I think is what I took a picture of.
Yes, Cat.
You took a picture of like a percentile and a D8, so like if you don't look closely, it looks
Yeah.
like it could be both.
I didn't think about that, but no, 82 is what I just rolled.
Cool.
Miss Cat, I
so I
have
can pull up the
crackers.
trinkets.
I actually have the player's handbook right here, so I can look.
Okay.
Yes, she is. Give me all the salt.
Yeah.
Okay.
82.
Yes.
Oh no.
These are so appropriate.
Oh
Half
no.
of a floor plan for a temple, castle, or some other structure.
Half of a floor plan.
So perfect.
How are these so good?
Oh gosh, that's very on brand.
Oh no. Oh no. Just the fact that Guild has a deed to some land.
Yeah.
In a place he doesn't
In a
know
mystery
about.
place.
And Fleur has a little
So what
mechanical
hap-
spider that does the baby Groot, and it moves when nobody's watching.
That's terrifying.
I know.
Westcott is not going to like that.
Just see it out of
Every
your
time you
peripheral
look
vision.
for it, it's just in another place.
like just slightly off.
Perfect.
And every time it's slightly closer to him.
Yeah.
It is specifically tormenting him.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I love it.
That's so good. I love this disaster party.
It's a good party.
Oh my gosh. And we haven't even met John's character yet. Good lord.
Yeah.
Or what floor plan to
and Kia's
Half
character
of a floor plan
isn't here
to
yet. We've met Kia's
building,
character in the
temple,
other
castle, or other building.
Also disaster, so it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You know, right, a building, and we'll go with he doesn't even know what it is.
There you go. Perfect.
It's just half a floor plan.
It's just your hoarding tendencies now.
No, what it's a floor plan for changes depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah, right?
Yes. Oh
that
my
is
God.
obviously for a cathedral. No, that's for a bank.
Yeah.
That's a noble estate. Pretty sure that's a barn.
It's half a floor plan to whatever it needs to be.
It's like psychic paper.
Psychic
only
paper, yes.
floor pan.
I still haven't picked an uncommon magic item, by the way.
I went with a yeah. I guess I went with a periaptive wound closure. I figured I'd go.
That's a good
practical.
idea. See, I'm
My
trying to decide
squishy cleric.
between. I like.
Just in case
Gil
Flora
used
gets
to
stabby
have the
stabby.
rope of climbing in that one shot, and I kind of want the rope of climbing.
That would have been handy with this whole.
Yeah. No,
Nah,
I
we're
was
fine.
thinking
We're
about
fine.
that.
We're fine.
I was thinking about that.
I'll just
figure
keep
out
conjuring
who's the
various
other
random
criminal?
magical objects and stacking them on top of each other to create a super precarious.
This is
Gil
fine.
was trying to get into a high window, and what ended up happening is a tensor's floating disc with a magical stepladder on top of it, and he climbed all of it to jump.
Yep.
Amazing.
Also, we have 6 foot tall Guild and 2'10" Fleur, 2'11" Terwin.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Guild is literally 3 times their height. Well, twice their height. You can put them
He's
on top of
taller.
each other, and he would
still
still be
have
taller.
a couple inches.
This is fine.
It's an interesting party
He's
in
taller
many,
than Gil,
many ways.
taller than Westcott too.
Yeah, I was trying to decide if I wanted him to be like
race
average
even
or
is
tall.
Westcott? I don't actually know that.
He's an Aasimar.
Ah.
Not that he's going to announce that to anyone.
Yeah, no, nobody knows what Guild is.
They just know he's gold.
He's
Yeah.
gold.
Here's the golden boy.
As I
He's
described to
ostentatious.
I think Jerusha and Kristen and possibly Aaron were still in voice chat last week. The only thing I'd started filling out a character sheet for him a while ago, and the only thing I wrote for backstory is less of a fallen Aasimar and more of a sauntered vaguely downwards Aasimar.
Yep. Yeah. Guild is, for the record, like, he sounds ostentatious, but he's not like Molly ostentatious. He likes a few little flashy charms and things, but it's not like a peacock.
Is
I
anyone
need-
Molly ostentatious?
Yeah,
I
anyone
mean-
truly besides Molly.
Yeah. I
Like,
need
even
to like
at
a,
the same level of ostentatious, you still
It's
can't.
also a
quite
very
be Molly.
different
Yeah.
vibe.
yeah.
All right, everybody. Now we've got Maggie to join in. So
Just to throw more fuel into this dumpster fire of a party.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm here for it.
So
I should probably turn my light on.
Maggie, we will add you into the dumpster fire soon. But you guys were all still at/in the exploded prison cell. What do you want to do?
Leave the prison post haste because I'm just getting the heebie-jeebies from this place.
I will,
Yeah, I think we've gotten
I've given
everything
up
we
on
can get
having
out of this
Daisy
place.
Sniff the bedding because it just smells like sulfur. So
It was a good shot. Try.
And we did find a few things.
Oh,
we did. We have this, whatever this thing is. And
Well, it's obviously an automaton, but we should be able
I
to ask
don't-
around tomorrow. Maybe it was built around here.
yeah, we might need some daylight and some people.
I feel like that would be way too convenient, but possible.
Or at least gnomes might know a bit more about it than I do, unfortunately.
Well, hold on to it.
Hmm.
I feel like compared to the paper, that one was a little obvious. I wonder why she didn't take it.
Apparently not as good as she thinks she are. At least.
I mean, it was
she
a
was in
little,
a hurry
it was a little
from
buried in
going
some
out.
rubble. It was the last
okay.
thing Esri found.
Okay.
It's big, but it was buried.
Guild may or may not have realized that, but yeah, it was definitely like
Guild was busy hanging from a window.
Yeah.
Esri found that last. It was a bit buried when she found it. So that would explain how maybe your friend Yenra Emberwind didn't locate it.
Some of those frenemies type thing.
The bounty hunter, that's our competition for this reward.
What, friends with liabilities? Is that how that works?
I mean, that is Fleur's definition of this party. Friends with liabilities, yeah.
Fleur does not know if.
Oh, you should have seen the interaction of Terwin lying to the Crown's guard, saying, yeah, they went this way, pointing them in the wrong direction, and Fleur just suddenly being so conflicted of like, you don't lie them, but if I expose you, then we have a big mess on our
And
hands.
Esri just being like, what are you talking about? We saw people. Like, is everyone blinder than I am?
All right. Ez, you know when I tried to teach you to play poker? And when you play poker, there's information everybody knows, but then there's information that only you know. And having information that only you know gives you an advantage.
It does, but it is really, really hard not to want to explain, that's information that you have to the world. That is literally, I spent my entire life trying to do that.
Yeah,
No.
but you know how I took you for almost your whole purse?
That was not very nice. You know that, right, Mr. Terwin?
Yeah, but I mean, I would figure we made up for it. But while it can be gratifying to share the information freely, sometimes it can be more profitable to be a little bit more judicious with what you share with. See, had we simply told them where to go, they may have run off and not given us an opportunity to explore this mystery for ourselves.
I suppose you're right with that. We wouldn't have been able to... Oh, you're right. We wouldn't have been able to solve a mystery as a group, and then eventually... Oh! That would have been terrible.
She always like this.
Just like hyperventilating slightly. Just
all the time. Just at this level.
All right, I'll try to remember that. All right, can't always just tell secrets, even though they're very... it's very hard not to tell secrets, though. I'll try.
It's not a matter of not telling them, but rather when you tell them. Always about the most appropriate timing for the secret. Okay. See, when you lay out your cards to show, yes, I did indeed bluff, there's far more satisfaction than if you tell someone that you bluff and then they beat you in cards.
Losing is bad. Let's just break it down to that. Losing is bad.
Losing is bad.
If you want to be succinct and boring.
I think succinct helps her.
I do like getting to the point, so thank you, Mr. Guild.
You're welcome.
So are you having this conversation?
Never call me Mr. again, please. Ever. That's awkward.
All right.
The first time John called Dad sir.
The
first and last time.
Yes. But Dad, don't call me that. Yeah.
Lodging? I hear
Lodging.
there's stairs.
There will be alcohol at the top of those stairs. And I'm dying.
I still have the disc up. So if
Are you gonna
Ezra wants
ride
to
it,
like,
or-
no, I can't because
Oh.
it only
Oh,
moves
it's
within
solid.
20 feet of you. Like you can't ride it because it follows 20 feet behind. But Ezra, if you wanted to hitch a ride, that's a lot of steps, and they're not made for people with legs long as yours.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm not very good at going upstairs in general, especially even ones my size.
Putting together that she's shorter, I still have to climb. Very alongside.
The good thing.
Take them like 3 at a time. You're...
To be
Yeah,
fair,
like-
a floating disc can hold up to 500 pounds, and I'm not very heavy.
I mean,
You're literally skin and bone wizard.
yeah.
Like you can see, like
just
even through
kinda,
the
like-
dress, like she has like you can see her shoulder blades.
It's 3 feet in diameter, so it is sizable.
Just kind of sitting back like, all right, let's go. This is nice.
Right? Magic is wonderful like that.
I can get used to it.
Magic
All right.
is great.
But if
So you guys leave the prison and you head for the stairs with Ezri and Guild riding a floating disc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm almost curious. Oh, I wonder if that would work too. Floating discs be able to follow each other like
Daisy
that?
chain?
Daisy
No.
chain. Hmm.
Because that's the thing is the problem is it doesn't have its own locomotion,
Mm-hmm.
and it follows too far behind.
Hmm.
No, I think what she's saying is
30 feet apart.
if
We
she
both
is riding on
cast it.
your disc,
Exactly,
if
and
she
you ride
makes
on
her own
mine.
disc, can it follow her?
Well, the problem is it only follows 20 feet behind. So if I'm on a disc, oh wait,
No.
Mm-hmm.
2 discs.
You still
Exactly,
have
2
to walk,
discs.
basically.
someone still has to walk.
Yes.
Hmm.
You still have to walk.
Actually,
Not
and
a
then she
bad
starts
plan,
saying,
though.
"I'm gonna write that down. Maybe this is something that Grim and I can adjust in these schematics."
Unless you ride on Daisy, then you don't have to work.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
And then it's literally a daisy chain.
It's wordplay. I love it. Oh, Miss Flora, you are a genius. She's writing that down. The written word is
I was
so
like,
wonderful, isn't it?
I've got some rope. Like we could it'd be like a chariot, except of like. I mean, if we wanted to make an entrance into Opera Duke.
No, I like
Fun
this.
floating
I
discs
like this
pulled
a
by a
lot.
badger.
I want to see Himra's face.
All right.
Oh, good attempt it.
All right.
So can Daisy go without you riding her? Because then we would all four be sitting on the discs, and Daisy would just be pulling us.
I mean, Daisy's smart. I think he can figure out how to, Unless now I'm like picturing her fashioning some kind of like carriage whip to like direct, tap Daisy like direct.
Some reins.
I mean, I think as long as Daisy knows where he's going, I think.
You can probably direct them by voice and stuff, right?
I mean, I've never really tried. I've never had a floating disc to ride on, but I
mean, I would say like
as long as it's not a complicated.
Let's try it. I want to try it.
So we got to synchronize our spellcasting, otherwise, like one of them's gonna pop out like an extra 15 or 30 minutes before the other one.
That's true.
So we'll resummon 2 of them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I love that we're wasting 10 minutes just to make an entrance. This is the best.
Yeah, and so
It's
the
very
thing is, like,
useful magical spell.
it'll stay stationary, and it only move if you're following it. But if you rig up some rope and you pull on it, there's nothing to say it won't move that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it.
double check that.
Or at least
the
if it was,
smell.
if it was following Mr. Terwin on Daisy, and then mine would be following me.
Right. The question is, can he ride the disc, or does he have to ride Daisy?
Well, it just says it's immobile if you're within 20 feet of it, and as soon as you move more than 20 feet away, it starts following you. But it doesn't say it's locked in place like an immovable rod. So ostensibly, if you tie a rope around it in such a way that just like a couple of ropes to create like a quick harness.
I'm gonna say that I took the rope of climbing, and I'm gonna just take out this rope and tell it to start tying.
Yeah, so it just like ties two of them together,
Yes.
and like lash around to Daisy, and so it's like,
oh my God.
it's like kind of like inner tubing almost behind a giant badger.
You know,
I love this.
Arguably, you could read the spell differently, but I enjoy your literal
daisy chain.
Allow it because it's
Yeah.
Now that's some art I wish I could see.
Yeah, right?
So you create this lovely daisy chain of tensors, floating discs, and a giant badger.
I'm just also realizing the just unbalanced of the two talls and the two smalls are on separate discs.
Yeah, right. Loving it.
There's a lot more room on our disc. I'm just saying.
Right. You're like looking at that, but I was like, perhaps we should have arranged ourselves slightly.
I mean, the only problem is that it floats 3 feet off the ground, which is like literally like we actually have to like climb up in.
No, see, you climb on Daisy, and then you like use Daisy as a
Step off
mounting
Daisy.
block onto the disc.
All right, so you guys,
you have a stepladder.
Right.
With Fleur directing Daisy, Daisy starts up the stairs to Upper Hupperduke. You follow behind on 2 floating discs.
As he's writing this all down.
Quite pleased with yourselves.
I feel like Guild is just kind of idly doing some coin tricks while he rides, just for fun.
Like looking over that. You know magic as well.
Flick it and hide it in the sleeve. I mean, if you want to call it that.
I mean, you made something disappear. That's magic in its own right.
Oh, I can make coins disappear.
I bet you can. Just keep your hands out of mine.
Oh, no, I would never. That's incredibly rude.
I'm going to keep my eye on that.
Well, it's all right. Mr. Terwin hasn't stolen from me. The poker game was different. As you heard, that was legitimate. It was legitimate.
Application of risk and skill.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I've totally since paid you back.
This is true.
So you come up the stairs. Takes a little while, but you get there. And as you top the stairs,
Badger speed.
Yeah. I mean, Badger has had 30 feet movement, but the Badger is pulling the disc.
Trying to climb stairs.
It's only pulling one disc, though, because the other one is just following me. Or I guess the other one's following you? I don't know.
We're sitting on your disc, and you're sitting on our disc.
Right.
My disc.
Hmm.
It could go either way. Whoever's in front, their disc is following. But my guess is... My guess is that Fleur and Terwin are in front, because that way Fleur can give more direction to Daisy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which means, Terwin's disc is following him.
Yeah.
Right.
And Daisy is pulling Esri's disc. Not that it really matters.
It absolutely matters. It's always our
Marching
thing.
order.
I'm going to use minor illusion to make the discs look a little fancier.
Best use of minor illusion.
Right.
Absolutely.
Prestidigitation.
So you top the stairs and come up in Upper Hupperduke. It's a party. At least it is what Guild defines as a party. Fleur isn't quite so sure.
So just like dinner parties, what?
Where's the chamber musician?
Yeah. Fleur's like, this is a party, huh?
There
Where
are
all the books?
Fireworks. There are gnomes everywhere. There's drinking in the streets. People buying flowers. A flower vendor looks like they want to approach you, but is a little bit concerned about Daisy, and is like, Sal, no. And just
He
sort
doesn't
of like,
bite unless we tell him to.
I would love some flowers for Daisy.
Stalls in that weird step, and then when
I feel like Fleur would happily flag them down and be like, I would love some flowers. Daisy would love flowers too. Add flowers to the bows in Daisy's hair.
Yeah. So, well, when you call the vendor over, they happily come over and sell you flowers. You can have your pick of colors of flowers for Daisy's hair.
Um,
Are there daisies?
There are daisies.
Absolutely.
No reason not to allow you daisies.
Should I subtract any amount of currency?
Like a
from
copper or something.
Okay.
It's not expensive.
Minus 1 copper.
Only one gift.
And the vendor says, oh, "Thank you." You sure that the badger doesn't bite?
No, he's totally tame.
Okay.
Yeah. He likes head scratches.
If I get a chance later, I'll try to give him some head scratches, I guess.
You could find us at an establishment, but seeing as how we're new to town, I don't know what establishment you can find us at. Would you have a recommendation?
Well, I mean, the
Looking for some place that's nice and that's got some room for just sort of like vaguely wave in Daisy's direction.
A stable would be nice, yes.
I don't know about a stable, but
maybe a bed big enough for me.
Oh yeah.
Also potentially tricky. Yeah, I haven't actually checked. There's the best known tavern in town. Is the Blushing Tankard. You could start there.
That sounds, yes. Thank you. We will absolutely check it out.
It's a fun place. It's not tonight, but there's the Hour of Honor there.
Oh, that sounds lovely. What is that?
Well,
Some kind of fighting contest?
I don't know about fighting. It's a drinking contest, though.
Oh my.
That I could do.
So, I mean, well, I guess I could tell you about it, but also, like, if you're going there, you'll find out about it, because, yeah, it's just
That'd be great. Which direction is it in from here?
She directs you towards the Blushing Tankard and tells you that, anyone you ask can give you further direction if you happen to get lost.
Thank you.
So you make your way towards the Blushing Tankard?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So you pull up to a large tavern. There's a large arch with spiraling ivy vines. And don't know about a stable, but there is a hitching post in the front.
Hey.
Close enough.
Easy to remember where we parked the Badger.
Don't need the find your car.
Don't have to wander around, just click it.
Next morning, dude, where's my Badger?
So you head in.
I would tell the rope to untie reluctantly because that was fun.
Yeah, stepping off the
You
desk.
hop off your discs, you untie your rope, you leave Daisy at the hitching post, and you head in. As you walk in, there's a large open floor space, about 20 round tables scattered around. There's a stage in the far back, and a piano being currently played by a half-elven gentleman in a very nice doublet. Like, Fleur, you in particular notice that's a nice doublet. I feel like Fleur would have a sense of fine doublets.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Proficiency in doublets.
It's lit
Double
by
doublets.
several rope-hung chandeliers, and there's also a very long bar wraps around the right side of the entire room, and behind it are a middle-aged male gnome with massive mane of red hair, but clean shaven, and a dwarven woman. Actually not clean shaven, chin strap beard, beautiful makeup.
Well, do we want to find a table or straight to the bar?
Are there any tables open, or is it like a super packed happening place, or what's up?
So it's pretty busy. Roll me a perception check.
Can I help?
Yeah, absolutely.
I will give aid because my perception is shit.
But you're
That's good, because so is mine.
You're tall.
Looking
I am
around.
tall.
Yeah, so do you just like lift me up or something so I can see better?
Yes.
That'd be a 15.
Lion King.
What did you roll?
15.
Okay. Yeah, so you look around. I mean, it is pretty happening. It's not like...
Oh, shit. Sorry, I rolled separately with my advantage, and I got 2 natural 20s. I'm not kidding. I'm fucking...
All right. So, Terwin, as you're looking around, Esri just like eagle eye
literally
zones in on an empty table. It's kind of creepy, honestly.
You can't even see your eyes.
In the background.
It just snaps.
Yeah, it's like
there's a sparkle on the corner of her glass.
You didn't even know she was looking for a table, and then all of a sudden she's like at an empty table and waving you all over, and you're like, okay, well, we got a table.
That works.
I'll get drinks.
This enchantment has come in so very handy.
Okay, you head over to the bar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for whichever of them happens to pay attention.
Well, the gnome gentleman comes over first. And he looks at you and... You're a tall one.
Seems that way around here.
What can I get you?
How much for a round of drinks for that table? Myself included.
So there's 4 of you at the moment. And Westcott, I think you can sort of find your way in whenever you see fit, because my guess is Fleur told you to find her... And you just went looking for the badger.
Pretty much.
Here, badger.
Here, yeah. Badger.
Halfling.
There we go. Yeah.
We all know what era we grew up in.
Yep.
Anyway,
That was very telling.
So yeah, so whenever you want to like come in, feel free.
Oh man. Correction.
So-
How much to keep the drinks coming?
I mean, that depends on how many drinks you want, but can open you
I'll
a
just lay down a
tab.
gold.
That'll keep them coming for a good while.
I thought so. I'll head back over.
Not too long after the first round comes out.
You're like, Flair's like, do you have any juice or not much one for alcohol
The
or water even?
I mean, I can certainly bring you some water, but sure.
That might be good.
Something slightly less alcoholic.
I'll take hers.
Slightly less or no? Want to be sure.
Yeah.
Slightly
I
less
like
or no?
slide it across the table over to me.
I mean, I guess if they
So
have like,
Can I
I'm like,
say?
I feel like she would be a Shirley Temple type of person of like, maybe you could slip something in there, but
Okay.
it's mostly just sweet.
So yeah. So if she sort of explains what she wants, it's like she likes sweet. She doesn't want to get like drunk. Basically,
Yeah.
is the
Don't
idea,
give me
right?
hard liquor, please.
He
I was
considers
actually-
you for a moment. You think I can scrounge something up?
Like she's an adult. She's small and yeah.
Yeah,
She's
like
a
he's
lady.
assuming, being a gnome, he is assuming that you are an adult because you're
Yes.
like dressed in a uniform
Yeah,
and you look
I
really
guess that
mature,
too.
despite the pink
Yes.
the pink and bows.
Yeah.
So I'll scrounge something up for you, and he heads off. A little while later, comes back with basically a Shirley Temple. It's not like exactly a Shirley Temple, but it's good.
Whatever a gnome Shirley Temple
Yeah,
is.
Yeah,
it's
a
the
gnomish
gnomish
Shirley
equivalent
Temple.
to a Shirley Temple.
I was gonna say that actually, if you're okay with Westcott stealing a drink, if there's an extra drink, it's like as it's being, Taryn's like sliding it, you just see a hand reach down and I'll take that.
God.
Wait.
Thank you. Did you find my donuts?
Absolutely, these are definitely black market donuts. Slide.
I'm so curious. I've never.
There you are,
I've
Miss
never
Skill
had.
Theory. They are not black market. They are regular donuts. He is lying on them.
Guilt just kind of leans.
Either way,
Holy
that's sweet.
shit!
Fleur is happily eating a donut now along with her gnomish
Is something wrong, Mr. Guild? She just like cut herself off a second.
Did you see that? He just stole my drink.
Oh,
I say as I'm holding in a drink in my hand.
He's my escort, shall we say?
Drink
You
stealer?
both, you both know him. Oh, hello.
So
What
many
the fuck are you
questions.
doing this far north?
Working for me?
Working for our.
How?
Working for is a strong word, but yes. Working for is a.
All right, I got
Working
questions.
with me?
Yeah.
I
I don't
have
know if I
questions.
should just
I need more of
describe
this.
him at all. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or you can physically.
Yeah. That he is a apparently human, or seems to be man.
So
roughly
your employee.
medium height.
So that means that your share is shared with him, right?
What? That? Him?
Yes. Did we just say yes and no simultaneously?
I don't pay him.
Then
However,
wait.
I don't necessarily pay him in money.
Oh,
We don't
so you
talk
two are
about
a thing.
No, God, no, we're not. No, ew, no.
Let me explain.
I think Maggie was trying to describe him though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it just went off the deep end.
What happens when you steal a halfling drink?
Halfling drink.
So what's he look like?
Yeah, what do you look like?
He's apparently human, appears to be human man, kind of middling height, dark red hair that's like slicked back. Does not look trustworthy at all.
I like him.
It's kind of that well dressed, but like it's like almost gaudy, and there's a line between tasteful and just, and he's
hovering on that line.
He's hovering on that line of.
I knew a guy from Gordon once.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Anyways, I wouldn't say he's my employee. Let's just say we both. How should I put this? There's mutual benefit to our traveling together at the moment because we both are trying to get to the same goal.
Something like that.
Sure, we'll say that.
Drag up a chair.
I'm gonna if whatever container there is of donuts is on the table, sort of like reach out for one and then like look questioningly over at you, Fleur, like, yeah?
Yes, you may have one.
I have
just
so
absolutely
many
had to try the
questions.
local delicacies, and
So-
well, I'm not much good at interacting with the I don't want to just say the low lives, but
the criminal element.
Yes,
Oh.
that.
Really? Because
Did
you're
these-
working with Guild, apparently. How did?
Oh, you believe me? Since
Maybe
you've been gone,
not.
you will
Do
not
we have to
believe what
start
has
with that?
happened.
Do we have to open with that?
I mean, Guild is not even the one I'm worried about. Have you met this one over here, motioning to Terwin?
We are legitimate deputized representatives.
I mean,
He's not lying.
He's not wrong there. She will hold up the badge. We do have
We're
to watch
very
badge
legitimate.
at the moment. Yes.
Crossing my arms and indignation.
We've been hired by the Watchmaster, so to say, to capture an escaped prisoner of war. So hopefully you're up for that. Sounds like your territory, right? Criminal folk.
There were a lot of assumptions in that,
That
sentence,
was,
and I'm not sure which one.
Ezra's just been
unpack
staring at
that.
all of
Let's
them,
go
just like
back.
trying to. Okay, and then she starts writing down like everyone.
All right. Let me just
that
clear the
Fleur
air.
is blunt,
I am
but
not
has
the
charisma.
kind of criminal you think I am, since someone decided to open with that.
Oh, I wasn't saying your type of people. I was saying West Coast type of people. I don't know if they're your
We're
type
dealing
of
with a
people,
lot of
but I do know
criminals,
they're
aren't
his type
we?
of people.
I am not a criminal. I simply help people get things where they want it to go. I'm a courier.
Nicely sells things to people who sell things, people want to buy.
That just sounds like
Those are
merchantry to me.
perfectly legitimate. Exactly. They're perfectly
Really, I am
legitimate
a
mercantile folk.
well-respected,
Mhm.
beloved, even I would say, in some circles.
I've never
individual.
been in any kind of trouble. I don't know what this guy has gotten up to.
I was like, through a mouthful of donut. I mean, if you keep bringing donuts, I'll love you.
Buying love for donuts.
Buying love with donuts.
What is a donut?
Oh yeah, you've never had one? She will like almost shove one in Ezri's face, like not in her mouth, but like shove it and be like, "Please, you have to try it. They're amazing."
Okay, and just takes it like, oh, it smells really good.
Good.
I had to.
Oh, these are really
I
good.
had to thank a dwarf for those.
But
He's my
not,
new favorite.
not a meal in and of themselves. I'm gonna go
Unless you make them that.
get us the rest of the
Sounds
food.
like a really
so.
bad idea.
Just also
Yeah,
to
there's
Westcott,
nothing-
just like
nothing
holding up a
like-
hand. Like, hi, I'm Esri, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Westcott.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Westcott.
Yeah, careful with that one. She doesn't have
It's you!
any.
Thank you so much for
sense
the
of
raid. Welcome.
Social cues.
How was your stream? Sorry, we're in the middle of
No.
shenanigans. New party.
That's okay. Fleur has all the social cues and just selectively chooses to ignore them at times.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Ezra. You seem nice. Really. You're nice. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
She's forthright and trusting.
She is that.
Ah.
No.
I guess I just haven't talked to too many people.
What? What did I say?
What?
You sat there being you.
I am.
Also, she has no.
What? Oh, sorry. You roboted.
You broke up.
roboted.
Yeah, you broke up.
Am I better? Or
No,
am
you're
I
better.
still
Fine
wrong?
now.
You're better now. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's just a
She
hiccup.
What did you?
To the side of Westcott. Also, she has no money to be swindled out of, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm at least. I am working on it, though. I was hoping to eventually find enough people that might go on an expedition with me to the Dunrock Mountains. I heard there was a lot of potential ancient secrets from the Age of Arcanum, and I'm hoping to discover them, but I know I can't go by myself.
Well, I
Not with
mean,
that cough, you can't.
if I, if my search takes me that way, I would love to accompany you. But
Oh, that would
I
be
must admit,
wonderful.
I am looking for someone, so
Oh.
I cannot guarantee, but at the moment we are all looking for the same person. So.
I mean, I just need to stop through Rexentrum briefly, but I don't see why I couldn't help if there's money in it.
Well, that's what I'm at least hoping to start it. I would assume there would be plenty of treasures of both the arcane and potentially the gold nature in dungeons and ruins in the mountains. At least that's the sort of stories that I found.
She's got a nose for the magic stuff. Stick with her and you'll have all sorts of cool stuff. And I pull out a hat, put it on my head. And a moment later, my form shimmers, and I now look like a gnome.
Oh,
that is a trick I need to learn.
I just look at Westcott. Disguise self looks like him.
I'm gonna do the same thing, and I'm gonna look like him. Only like.
Oh god!
I'm sorry, I apparently can't type, Miss You, but thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody.
Half the
Those who don't know me, my name is Flint. I am doing D&D right now. I mostly do D&D with some of these assholes, among others, and Twitch sings. So yes, welcome to our first session of a new campaign we're doing.
Fleur just looks at Westcott. Something we agree on.
I'm gonna
It's a useful trick.
pocket it.
I'll drop the disguise.
I'm gonna go get us some food because
I can.
That would be
whatever
really useful.
isn't gonna.
Completely forgot I can do that.
Probably not. Thank you, Mr. Terwin.
Most of the party can disguise self.
Oh my
Yeah, nope.
I'm so in the trickery domain. I forgot that's a thing I can do.
That's amazing.
All right, so Terwin heads over to the bar. The gnome who brought your drinks is busy, so you approach the dwarven woman.
Walk over, big smile on my face, slap down 4 gold on the counter. Hi.
Hi, what can I get you?
Another round of whatever it is that I point to the gnome. He sent over before, just 4, and another thing of water or whatever
I
that
got a lot of
thing
rounds.
is. Oh, a lot of rounds. Okay. Well, then just
I
a
need
meal.
a gold.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
then a
all right.
meal. A nice meal.
Meal for all of you?
Yeah. And I'll flip out. It'll be the conjured version of the badge, but I'll put it up on the counter. We're doing a little bit of freelance investigating, and I'll add another gold to the 4 that was there. And I was hoping I might borrow a moment of your time. I know that it can be expensive in such a busy evening.
Well, I'll bring you some food, and then as long as I can get away, I'll happy to answer some questions for you.
Excellent. I'd appreciate that. And just whenever you got a moment, pop on over, and if you don't mind sharing a few words, and I'll head back.
See you in a bit.
Can I keep an eye out and just see if Yenra happens to be in the vicinity or comes in, or anyone else conspicuous, unusual?
Yeah, sure. Just roll me a perception check.
Because I am great at that, guys. Oh, that's actually a 17.
Yeah, so you
I
keep an
do
eye
have
out.
guidance.
For now, I mean, it's gnomes and like other, small folk that are just partying and having a good time. You can keep an eye out, continue it going forward, but for now, it's just like nothing. Your group is the most conspicuous group in this room. You're pretty conspicuous.
And we don't even have the badger with us at the moment.
Nope.
He's outside.
Gold.
Poor Daisy.
Tall and gold. There
Yeah.
is no subtlety here.
And a little while later, the dwarven woman comes over, along with some help to bring food for the entire party, and sets some food down and looks at all of you and looks at Terwin and says, "So, I'm Irina. Welcome to the Blushing Tankard, and said you might have some questions."
Oh yes, I really appreciate you taking the extra time. And I'll minor illusion a quick bust of I didn't get a good look at the woman who left, or the what's her face, but this is a quick bust of Irina. Is that her name?
No.
Yenra.
I was like, Irina's the one that just introduced
Yeah.
herself and just made a bust of herself.
Here, this is for you.
Just kind of like holding it out, and it's sort of like slowly rotating in place, like some sort of Star Wars hologram. You ever hear of this bounty hunter, Yenra?
Oh,
or met her much?
Yeah, Yenra. She stops in once in a while. Not the most social type, but
she got a good reputation for upright forthrightness. She's our competition on this job, and I just wanted to see if there was a reputation for more nefarious dealings, or if she's on the up and up.
Rena chuckles a little, and I mean, I folks don't really come to drink to gossip about business here. It's the business stays down below most, but she always pays per bill, and like I said, not the most social type, but not necessarily rude. Just look, she's. I mean, you are shorter than me. I'm a lot shorter than her. You know how those tall folk are. The really tall ones can be a bit less
sociable.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I think
precarious.
Everyone keeps saying that.
She chuckles.
Blink.
I think there's a part of it that's like, okay, so I have to look up at you, and you have to look down at me, and that puts a crick in everyone's neck. And eventually,
I suppose that's true.
people get a little irritated with that, and so they're less social. It's not like a judgment. It's just, not everyone wants to crane up or down for hours to chat.
That's hurting my neck just thinking about it.
How much hair people actually have in their noses. But when you see it from the angle that we do, so much. I mean, it's a natural thing. I mean, bodies are bodies, but like, you know, you gotta. People literally look down their noses at us all the time.
More to the point, Yenra's staying here right now.
No, she doesn't often stay. I don't know where she stays really. Heck, for all I know, she just goes and sleeps outside. But I saw her the other day. Hasn't been up yet tonight though.
I'm gonna switch the image to an image of the automaton. But I'm gonna animate it as if it was sort of like moving like a crab. I'm like,
okay.
You know anybody in town specializes in little things like this?
Oh, now that's an interesting. She looks it over. The only person I can think of, and he's been closed for a bit, but Master Tinkertop.
Tinkertop. Okay.
He's how to describe Clef? Well,
eccentric.
That's a word for it. Distracted.
Reclusive. Distracted. Strangely focused on his interests and to the exclusion of social interaction.
Just immediately like writing to them furiously.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
I've met people like that.
His daughter Risa.
The rest of the group all turns to Ezra.
His daughter Risa, she's a little bit more of the sociable type, but I don't know. I don't think she makes anything like that. But her dad, I mean, he's the one
got
in
a shop
town
around
who
here somewhere.
would. Yeah, I mean, down in Lower Hupperduke.
Okay.
And she sort of gives you a general description of how to get there. Based on what you saw of the city before, it sounds like it's pretty far on the outskirts. On the map that you can see right now, it's like down here.
Yeah, we'll find someone to get us a map of the city or something.
Yeah. But yeah, so she gives you a general sense of where it is.
All right.
It's in the builder's plot. She describes it as
builder's plot. Excellent. Now, I don't know does this place have any like stairs or obvious place that leads from a tap room to like rooms? Because I would also ask, like, so you've got a fine place for food and drink, but do you have lodging?
Yeah. So I don't actually remember if the Blushing Tankard has lodging in Critical Role Land, but it is the only inn or tavern that I am aware of in Hupperduke. So I'm going to say it does.
All right.
In our world, the Blushing Tankard has.
I'm pretty sure it did. I just rewatched that.
I thought so too, but I was like, I did some searching around and nothing actually specified. They mostly talked about it as a tavern.
Okay.
But yes, it has. There are stairs up to what you would assume are rooms. If you ask, she will tell you that yes, they do have rooms. They even have a few rooms that are probably well sorted. Yes, well sized to your taller folks. Don't see as many of those, but see them often enough that it's good to have a few beds for them.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, whatever this is good. And I might need to sleep it off later, and it's good that I won't have to walk as far if I need to do that.
One more question, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
When's that drinking game?
Oh.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
Grins a little. Talking about the Hour of Honor?
I've heard rumors. Might be interested.
Next one's a couple days out.
Well,
if you're still in town, welcome to give it a shot.
How
If I'm
does one
still
make
in
a
town, I might take you up on that.
How does one make a game out of drinking?
She laughs.
So,
I feel like Flora
oh.
actually would have seen
You
that.
see who lands
probably
on the floor first,
soldiers
Ezra.
doing that and
She
stuff.
laughs.
So.
She
Flor's like,
looks at
"Oh,
Esri. She
fine."
says, "Oh, my sweet summertime."
Yeah, she does not look like she has a constitution for drinking at all. She does not have
It is.
anything to save that alcohol.
Less a less a contest of wills and more a contest of guts.
The way we
Literally.
do it here.
Something. Yeah.
The way we do it here. You make teams. Put in as much money as you want. Team with the most money gets to go one-on-one with the other team. Drink to drink. Is
I need to. I want to figure out
whenever whoever's left, not
We already got paid a little bit.
puking or passed out, they win. You get the coin, they get the coin. The house gets a little. And they're the new champion. And
that sounds fun.
The
It's a
token
unique
the
competition.
token you get is well, you'll get a free drink for each member of your team every night.
That seems like a
So coin, booze, and a title.
Worthy contest to me.
Writing down each of the things in a list in green ink this time from the quill.
I think we could use some rooms.
Yes.
All right.
Also, I have my my badger tied up out at the hitching post. Is there anywhere that I hate to just leave him out there all night, but
No, we've got not a lot of room, but we can find somewhere for him.
all right, thank you.
You'll want
He's
separate rooms
He's quite tame.
or splitting?
Doesn't matter to me.
Well, save some money if we bunk up.
I'm like
Might as well.
turning to Fleur.
What?
So you said something about knowing someone who knew someone or might get you.
I mean, yes. I mean, I can certainly, I'm sure, secure us rooms. I don't know if I've introduced myself, but I'm Fleur of the House of Steel Fury. We serve the Royal Crown's Guard. So any lodgings that would help my compatriots and I, as I believe he said, we are working for the Watchmaster at the moment. So yes, just
Legitimate deputies and everything.
a comfortable stay, but money is no object, I'm sure. So we can
Money is always an object.
Money is literally an object.
Fleur just looks and says, clearly you've not heard of my family then.
No, I'm from Kent. Haven't we been
Well,
over
that would
this?
explain it. Not specifically.
I can
I don't
definitely
think so.
get y'all rooms.
Let's go. Student lean over to Gil. Her
she's
family
kind
is
of a big
loaded.
If you're
I'm beginning to piece things together a little bit.
my question still stands, separate or together. How many rooms do y'all want?
You two are small. I mean, 2 rooms should be fine.
Yeah, we can.
2 rooms?
Esther,
One
would you like
night?
to- would
2
you like to
nights?
share a room? Asking the
sure.
ladies?
Of course. I'm used to bunking up. That's fine.
Well, I'm small. I don't take up much room.
Let's pay up a couple nights. Start.
He's a good number.
All right. Well, couple nights. That's What do you say to 2 gold for the lot?
For how
Is
many
that our
nights?
official price? You know, helping the town and all.
I mean, I was gonna say, I was like, was it 3 nights? Is that what we said?
2 nights.
2 nights?
2 nights, 3 nights?
I
heard a couple, but that's, I mean, couple could be 2 or 3.
Yeah, it could be either.
Yeah.
So.
I was gonna say, because I was just about to say, Fleur will put down 3 gold and just say.
Or she'll just pay it.
That works.
You know?
Oh, not coming out of my pocket.
All right.
Well.
And she, I'll get you some keys, and when you get up in the morning, you can come down for some breakfast. How's that sound?
Thank you. That'd be lovely.
Thank you, Miss Serena.
And yes, if there's somewhere that Daisy could stay, I promise he's a quite tame badger. A little large, but.
If we need any help, I'll let you know.
Absolutely.
But yes, we can.
Absolutely tame and friendly. His name's Daisy.
I've never met a badger named Daisy, but I'm sure he's lovely.
Never been to Boston in the fall.
Flashback.
So she goes, gets some keys, sends someone out to take Daisy to somewhere. You're not quite.
Yeah. Some form of stable-ish.
Yeah, somewhere
thing.
out, out of
Somewhere
the
not
way.
just tied to the hitching post in the front.
Yeah.
And leaves you to your dinner and your drinks.
I'm gonna look at Westcott. So, I assume you're in for making money.
Always.
I feel like I'm just gonna say Fleur is probably gonna retire, also because I am really super tired.
Yeah. Well, I think we're gonna wrap it up soon. It's almost
Yeah.
midnight, so
Yeah.
like
Well, that's
I don't
why
think
I'm thinking Fleur will probably retire, and obviously if Guild and Westcott want to fill each other in on whatever has been happening or whatever, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm gonna pass.
Night, Bass.
I'm
Night.
gonna go to sleep.
It's been a busy night.
Yeah.
It has, and it's an easy spot for me to say yes. Fleur is going like, I am tired. Good night.
Fair.
and once everyone is ready to go to bed, is in character is I think what we're gonna call it for the night, because
Yeah.
you won't. So you shouldn't miss much of anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me observing.
New friends.
New friends.
Ah, and then we get more new friends once we add John and Theo back in, and fun times. Right.
Good
Good night.
times. Good night.
Night.
Set up.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Which reminds me, I need to send Jerusha. I need to send you my list of aliases at some point.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, so prison break.
So yeah, what's prison
Big
break.
explosion. Prison break. Bunch of guards. Offered some money. 1,000 gold if we catch them. More if we get some information. Some kind of war criminal thing.
It's a little more dangerous sounding than my usual gig, but well, I'm kind
Mercantile
of
endeavor.
stuck here anyways with Fleur, so yeah, sure.
I mean, I can't say I've been in a fight recently, but, you know, comes to it, I'm sure I can hold my own. I've picked up a few tricks.
Really? It's kind of like
Just kind of grins at that.
I'm trick. Okay, that's not comforting.
It's a
Your gloom
little
is
hard
not
to
comforting. I've told you that before, right? I don't know if you think it's comforting, but it's really not.
Honestly, it's just a little hard to explain. Mostly, if I try to explain it, it's probably going to sound worse than it is.
I picked up a few new tricks too, so.
That sounds useful. You mean
Mostly.
new tricks in the kind of swindling people out of their money, or
you.
Oh, there's no new tricks. They've all been done.
Yeah. No,
new
these
to
are
him? You know.
no. Well, they could probably be used for that. I've not tried that yet, actually.
That's surprising.
I may. I'm gonna have to think about that. I've not actually, but no, these are new.
Ah,
Scary new.
scary new.
Anyway. Yes.
I feel like there's a story there, and I feel like you haven't had enough alcohol to tell me.
You should be getting another round soon, right?
Yes.
Ezri's only like halfway
Gary?
through her drink and already looks drunk. I rolled like a 5 for a con save.
Oh no!
Yeah.
We have like a she.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's getting drunk.
Yeah, I
Like a cop
operate
in this
like
look.
a bucket, and I just kind of like put it next to her chair, and
This is very potent stuff, Mr. Heroin.
It's ale.
I don't know. It's got a kick to it.
Yeah. I'm not sure this is just ale.
It's Hupperdook ale.
Have you seen this place? There's something else. in
Not
there.
enough. You
It
know,
is wild.
What's the difference?
I wanted to, but we kind of came straight here. You would have liked the entrance, honestly.
No.
Oh, Daisy pulled us on Tensor's floating discs. It was great.
Magic platform,
Yeah.
led by Badger.
Okay.
Can't say I've ever seen or done anything like. How the fuck did she get that Badger to do that?
Apparently, it's a very well trained badger.
She's a very well trained badger.
I don't
She
know.
said
if
she
I'm
had it since it was an infant, so or
Yeah.
whatever the infant version of a badger is.
Kid?
What are baby badgers
Babies?
called?
Kids? Maybe? I don't know.
Badger
Badger?
cubs.
Cubs?
Cubs?
I think so. I think I read that in a book once.
I'm gonna defer to the drunk one on that.
She's a fountain of information.
Apparently.
I've read a lot of books in my life. That's all I really did since I was very young. That we were supposed to break a cipher. It took a while, but we figured it out.
Okay.
Does anyone know what she's talking about?
I met her like an hour ago.
As you may see from her delicate constitution, she spent more time at the desk
Really?
than in the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fine. I was in a cult for a while, but it broke up.
Wait.
It's fine.
Wait, what? That's new. We should have you drink more often. All sorts of information comes out.
She really wasn't kidding. You really weren't kidding about her just dropping everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no filter.
Don't let me tell.
We really need to watch what we say around
I
her.
really need to watch it. Yeah.
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 But if you ever,
Yeah.
if you ever need a straight woman for a con, she is.
I can see that.
Now this is starting to make a little more sense.
Yeah. No, that let's do that.
I mean, she is incredibly.
Yeah.
This is a very,
We
very
should
interesting
exchange,
group.
like tips.
Yeah. Also, I'll tell you, magic is so useful.
It
And
really
she has
is.
her magic, and I have my magic, and together,
It's a lot of magic.
Yeah.
it's
A lot. That's how it does. Sounds like a lot of magic. Got a little, but
I basically can make myself disappear for a little bit. That's kind of my extent. It is. But nothing like that. That would be convenient.
Oh yeah. Now I've picked up a couple of tricks. I'm hoping to learn a lot more. And if she's got some good leads, who knows what kind of arcane tricks we'll find in the dirt in the mountains. There's some real wacky stuff out there, like powerful stuff. Like I've there like okay, so I've got this trick, right? Where and I sort of like just bamf open that object, right? So it's like this, but like bigger, like so much bigger, like creatures. Like I haven't been able to decipher it. Ezri's been a big help, but there's a whole bunch of magic that I'm still going through. But like summoning crazy shit, like spirits from other planes, crazy. And let me tell you,
I can.
You know how helpful it can be to have something that can, like, be in one place when you're in another place, and it's in smart. Like I got this, bird. It's a cat sometimes.
Bird cat.
Okay.
those are called tressum.
Well, yeah. Well, it's either a bird or a cat. It's not both at the same time.
Those aren't called tressum.
Those aren't called tressum.
And she's smart, smarter than your average bird or cat. But
Tressum are
she's
pretty
not
smart,
like,
though.
super autonomous. But like, it's a plan. So I just need a little bit more time, a little bit more money, some more arcane stuff, and I'll have like, okay, so putting together a crew is tough, right? What if you had a crew that didn't ask for their own share and did whatever you said and had a reliable skill set, right? Like,
I mean,
I
that
prefer
sounds
to work solo
convenient,
usually, but yeah, that's.
I can't say I've gotten into the kind of shit you two seem to get involved with, but
Really, if you sell it well enough, it'll just pull out a bottle of just like a colored liquid that's just like slightly glittery. Just be like, you practice enough, you can really sell anything, especially around here.
I'm more of
Go to
the
the cities.
keeping quiet type. Not so much playing people.
oh, that's the thing. Is like, you can have the most fortified, magicked, secure vault anywhere on Wildemount. But you get a guard who's got a thing for a little thing down the way, and you've got your end. People are always the weak point in any security system.
It's all about figuring out what people want, and then you offer it to them for
the right price.
The right price.
Yeah.
I feel like you two are going to get
And
along
sometimes
very well.
You convince them that no, this is actually what you want.
Yeah.
You didn't know it until just now, but.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, and I'm gonna I don't know if Fleur took her donuts or not, but if she didn't, I'm definitely going to take Westcott and munch on another donut because dang, these are yum.
They're just regular black market donuts or not. I don't know where she got the idea that black market donuts are a thing, but
if that's what she wanted and that's what you gave her, then
bakery
she's
just
happy.
like a couple blocks down the way.
I'm pretty sure that in this town, you could get some black market donuts if you looked hard enough.
That's true.
What would they be made out of, though?
I
Like-
can imagine the things they would bake into those
Dude.
donuts.
the new quest for this party. Find actual
Black market
donuts.
They got gears in them.
Edibles.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was getting at, yes.
That's true.
What's the super expensive drug?
Oh, Sood
Was
was it?
Sood? I think?
Sood. Sood lace donuts.
They're savory.
Oh. Oh my god.
All I'm saying is, I have to help some people move some shit that would probably work in a donut if you were looking hard enough for it. And I'm pretty sure if that's the kind of thing you could find, this is the kind of place you would find it.
Oh yeah, these people seem to really party hard.
Yeah.
You know that there are some substances used right here.
It's really
I've been
astonishing.
to Upper Duke before, but I clearly have been missing out.
Yeah, I'm kind of figuring it out as I go, but
Yeah, no, these gnomes make things in Fort Damali look tame, and that's saying something.
why do I feel like I'm getting in over my head again?
Again.
Which is surprising because you're taller than anyone here.
Yeah, that is true. You're even
That makes
taller
it
than me.
more concerning.
Yeah, I mean, like if it's over your head, like the rest of us, and by us I mean like none of you because you're all freakishly tall, but
I wouldn't say freakishly.
Freakish, yeah.
have you seen your legs? They're as big as I am. That's freakish.
That is. You do have impressive legs.
Thanks.
I'm just
It's
saying,
true
it's an
though.
observation.
You're very tall.
I mean, I was referring more to like height, Although I did know a guy once who they were trunks practically.
Hmm.
Nice guy though, you wouldn't expect it.
It's bad to judge people by appearances anyway.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's kind of my whole shtick. I want people to judge me by my.
That's. Yeah, that tracks.
It's easier to manipulate them.
It is.
If they jump to a conclusion, then it's just like provide them the conclusion that you want them to jump to, and they've done half the work for you.
Remind me again why people think I'm shady? I'm a fucking saint in this company.
Compared to these two.
As we finally got sick, probably.
Oh no.
Just sort of like I'm just patting.
Yeah. Okay there.
Like how this whole conversation is
Vegetation and Kate can't manage it herself.
Yeah, no.
Nope, I
Thank
do not
you.
know what's third.
I don't know
Yeah.
about this Hopper Duke ale.
You gotta go half of that. Split it with
just
1 and 1 with water,
good.
and you gotta make sure you eat before you drink. It's
Oh, I need to learn the rules ahead of time next time.
Maybe take
Yeah,
one of the
yeah.
donuts.
Yeah.
Donuts
Yeah.
should help.
Yeah, goes on the
Maybe
different
we
feels on it.
should give her something nuts.
I mean, you
That
guys
donut
did
might
get
come back to
dinner.
haunt
Like
us.
you do
Oh,
have
That's
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I forgot.
Yeah, but like you gotta have the food in the belly before you add the alcohol to
That's
really
The reverse.
It's an
can
order of operations thing. It's like doing magic.
Mhm.
Sometimes you gotta get it in the right order,
I really need to
or
write this
things
down.
go sideways,
Grim, can you note that?
or like
No, you can't.
front ways.
What is this grim thing you keep talking about?
Oh, sorry. I should have introduced you. This is Grim, and she holds up the spell book.
It's a book.
You named your book.
They're my partner. Yeah. It's my
She
type
named
of
her book.
magic.
Oh
I've
no,
seen
this
weirder.
that's yeah. It's not just her. Like that thing is like serious magic. Like
It's not.
it's
Doesn't like it when you call him a thing.
Your book has feelings?
What is sentient?
Ah.
It doesn't. It's not the super talkative type, but
No. It's kind of like his cat bird, but different.
yeah.
All right, all this magic shit is going over my head.
It's a very simple procedure, and she goes to like start explaining the like drunkenly explaining lore behind.
Guild just starts drinking.
Is the
Feels
type
like I
of
am
magic
not drunk enough for this.
It's the type of magic that came about starting a couple of centuries ago with the cults. It's very complicated, but it took a while.
Cults.
What?
Always with the cults with you.
Well, I was raised in a cult. That's what I know. But yeah, it was kind of funny actually. We found out that it wasn't actually a god we were following. It was just a really, really, really eccentric bard. But that's why we dissolved. But we got really good type of magic out of it.
Have you ever started a cult? Because I feel like you would have started a cult.
I have not actually started it. Well,
They can be lucrative, but the end game is tricky.
yeah, you gotta. I have not intentionally started a cult.
Oh, that's fine. It
All
was
right,
apart
now I
from
have
the
a
age.
There was.
Accidentally?
Well, so okay, back this was a while. I did a little bit of business up on the Menagerie Coast, as what was that alias? I wrote that down. As Father Vincenzo Venier, and it may have gotten a little out of. I don't use that alias anymore. It may have gotten a little out of hand.
Wait. You're telling me that you're the Father Vincenzo?
Yes, and
yes. As I said, I don't. Got a little out of hand.
Oof.
Yeah, that was. I was still learning that you don't touch. Religion's it's not as lucrative. It can be, but there's a lot of
People take
ways
it really seriously.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And
yeah. And like the whole fire and brimstone thing isn't just like figurative with those people.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me you didn't summon a demon.
I did not. No. I
You
skipped town.
you
I
didn't
skipped town before that happened.
Ah, right. Why am I not surprised? Honestly, this is why I stick to smuggling.
Yeah.
It's easy. It's quiet. You don't really piss anybody off.
Well, kind of.
As long as you avoid
As long as you don't get
the authorities.
Yeah.
Pissed
But
anyone
that's
off
true of
because
anyone.
They don't know who I am.
Yeah.
Well, no one knows who I really am either.
So I know you aren't from around here. And if you've spent some time on the coast, then you're already familiar with Imperials. But
Oh, yeah, I'm from not here, but I'm from the Empire originally. Yeah.
yeah, they
they're a fun bunch.
take law and order a little extra serious. So, step lightly if
which is kind of what makes it a little fun to also terrifying. Like, you got to be careful, but it can be fun.
This
and
is gonna go
terrifying.
really shitty for me, isn't it?
But a lot of them are rich.
Yeah, just steer clear of anyone who is a little too raw about the whole empire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of already gotten that vibe on my way up north. I am really gonna regret taking work up here.
Also, anyone even remotely connected to the what's it called, Cerberus Assembly? Any high fancy magic people, like not magic like them. Kind of gesture towards Ezra and Tailwind, like stick up their ass kind of magic. Rich folk don't.
Yeah, a couple of hedge wizards like us. We don't amount to nothing compared to.
Give them a wide berth.
At least not yet. That's
So
what the secrets
what I'm
are
hearing
for.
is. So what I'm hearing is, finish this and maybe get the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like where you've got the strong fist of justice. There's a lot that kind of gets. It's like dough. You squeeze some dough and you knead it, and a bunch of it sort of like squicks out in between your fingers, and that's us. We're the squeaky dough.
We're the squeaky dough parts that. Yep, I failed that concept.
and there's a lot that falls through the cracks that folks of our persuasion take care of.
He's talking about dough, and then eventually Esri like reaches over and grabs another donut.
You may slow down a little. You're gonna make yourself sick.
Yeah.
Like I'm not really a doctor, but like I actually.
I played one on TV once.
Kristen, he's actually no. I told Kristen.
I told
you, Jerusha. I swapped feats. So he's actually got expertise in medicine.
Hey.
So it's worse actually.
Right.
Not that, but she's also drinking water. Like she switched to some water at this point.
Okay. He actually does know what he's talking about.
I rolled a 9 this time.
The good thing is, once you're away from the coast, you got a little bit more freedom from the organized.
Yeah.
If operating on the coast, you gotta keep your nose real down and your head down. It's
Look, I'll be honest, I've never worked out of Marquette, but things were getting a little too heated down there, so here I am.
I hear it's pretty hot.
Figure of speech.
Desert and all.
But also literal.
Yes, Esri, literal. It's warm. You probably wouldn't like it.
No, I don't
Very
do too
little
well in
shade.
heat.
I'm starting to regret this.
I'm gonna be back in just a sec. I'm gonna pop out and just kind of stand outside for a little bit, thinking really hard, seeing if perhaps my bird has come back or is somehow in range for me to holler.
So at this point, it's been quite a while. I mean, you get all that stuff.
And she'd probably have to like fly around to find me.
Yeah.
But I've done this before, so she knows the deal.
So, because you've done this before, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Is there a point at which, if like they kept going, she would come back?
Oh yeah, like if they leave the city,
okay.
Then it's like so basically it's follow them. If they go to ground, come back, take me there. If they leave, back, take me there.
Okay. Yeah. So they leave. She does find you because she's been looking around for you.
All right.
What you can get out of her is they've left the city.
Right. Either she found them or they're it's sort of like one of two options. She's either found them,
right, or
they've eluded her or gone too far away.
Right. Yeah. They've gone too far away.
Okay.
So, you don't know exactly where they were headed, but she can't like take you to them right now. She can take you to where they left.
Right.
But
they didn't go to ground in the city is the key.
Right. Yeah. They did not go to ground in the city.
Valuable information that Yinra likely does not have. And I'll bring her in and then feed her some donut crumbs.
bounty hunter isn't someone Westcott might have crossed paths with before, is she?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Where has Westcott like traveled around a lot?
Mostly around so he's from Rexentrum originally. And so is mostly, I don't know if we determined if he would have made it to Marquette. Chris and I haven't fully figured out how these two what job crossed their paths probably, but
you probably wouldn't have.
She
based on what
he traveled around quite a bit, but most like I said, a little bit into the Menagerie Coast, but mostly sticking to the.
Based on what the Crown's Guard told Terwin earlier, and Irina told the group, it sounds like maybe like she sort of frequents this general geographic area. So she's more in the Empire, but not necessarily like Rexentrim, the big city. So you probably have not run into her in the past.
Okay.
Well, unless anyone else has any more RP they want to RP, it's getting pretty late.
Yeah. I mean, I think
this was fun.
At some point,
a lot of work.
When either Westcott or Guild is very drunk, he's just going to be like, "Hey, Guild," and invoke duplicity.
Yes.
That's new. That is new.
Two of me. I haven't figured out a use for this yet, but
that's terrifying. Honestly, one of you is a lot.
I need more water. She's gonna go.
What do you mean you haven't figured out a use for it yet? Is it solid? Poking at it.
No,
or is it like an illusion?
I don't think so. I don't think it's solid.
I'm looking.
No, it's
I'm
not.
looking
It's not
for
solid.
something.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So yeah, your hand just goes straight through. Well, this is all kind of. It's a new trick. This is all still a little new to me. So I've got some ideas though.
I mean, I could show you what I could do, but it might hurt a little, so I don't know if that's a good idea. Here.
Do not recommend blood hunter in the middle of
Guild has been drinking! Guild is not drinking.
Hey, that rhymed.
Hey.
Actually,
Shenanigans.
my class features. Give me a minute.
No, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Oh man, what can I do? I can't do much at this level. It's probably a good thing that I don't have my hybrid form yet.
Oh no!
It's just werewolf now.
Oh. Let's see. Actually, no. I can fuck with somebody. But I can do. I think I can fuck with somebody in a subtle way because Blood Curse of the Eyeless doesn't hurt anyone.
Kind.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna like. I'm trying to think. Well, Gilda's gonna just like pop his sword out just enough to like nick his hand a little on it. Watch this. Points over to a gnome that looks pretty drunk and Blood Curse of the Eyeless.
What does that do?
Blinded them or something?
That takes 2 damage. Well, so it doesn't work quite the same. It basically
They
gives
changed
them,
it a little, but
yeah, it gives them disadvantage on an attack roll, but like for flavor by blinding them.
Blinding them, yeah.
Yeah. So drunk?
No.
How do you know it worked? They could just be blackout drunk.
Yeah, I mean, so could just be blackout drunk. However, this gnome, while visibly drunk, seemed to be aware of, the existence of tables and also of people.
And also of people.
prior to Guild's action. However, as soon as Guild does this poor gnome literally
You're terrible people.
runs into somebody, stumbles back, trips over something, and face plants into a table.
Oh no!
He's fine. But
that went a little rougher than I thought it
would. Drunk plus suddenly blind is not
kind of
a
like
great convo.
Kind of like
Upper Duke Ale will make it blind.
Sucking on the cut to make it stop bleeding. Yeah, that went.
You're bleeding. Oh, for
It's
sake.
no, that's kind of part of the whole thing. It's kind of how this stuff works. It's weird.
I'm just gonna use my reach over. I'll just use my healing hands.
Oh,
I only took 2 damage.
It only heals 5.
Thanks. Yeah, so looking around, is anybody like in the vicinity able to listen?
Oh, there's
Or
still
able to
2
listen?
of me up. Also,
I mean, there are some drunks who are like seeing double, and are a bit
Literally.
intrigued.
Right.
But they're not.
I should probably
no one's coming over to you guys.
snaps and
Maybe I
double
should
disappears.
explain the rest later when we're not in a
Yeah.
place like this. It's a lot.
Fair enough.
It's a lot, but yeah, it's shit like that.
I mean, there's a reason why cults sacrifice people to power their magic.
Yeah, it's kind of like sacrificing a little
Oh,
bit of
we didn't sacrifice
myself?
anybody. It was fine.
Well, that's good.
That's okay. There are worse cults.
Yeah.
Wasn't one of those.
On the sliding scale of cults, that's
Ready to get on Earth?
Wizards are very objective with their cults.
If we're gonna rank cults, there's Ezri's former cults. There's the cult of Uk'otoa.
Yeah, right.
I think you.
On the guy that was bugging Rissa.
All right.
Yeah, that did happen.
Nice.
In an alternate universe,
In an alternate
there's a
universe.
purple
Another
tiefling.
tiefling blood hunter.
No more crossovers. No more crossovers.
It wasn't intentional.
I know.
It's an alternate universe. It's okay.
Yes. Don't make this too much like the original.
That's why Irina isn't trying to get in anybody's pants.
There you go. Yeah.
AU.
Yeah, it's some weird shit. This whole place is weird shit, but at least it pays well.
I'm into because Fleur's not paying me, so yeah, if I can, I'll take a little risk for.
Yeah, how did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, that
Are you
doesn't
just
seem like
hoping to get all of her money later?
Well, I've actually already gotten a good bit of her money.
You got caught.
Sort of. Well, I didn't get caught at the time. She, found out later, and I don't know. Apparently, thought she needs someone of the criminal persuade. I mean, criminal's such a ugly word when you think about it, but someone of the.
You're an
less,
open-minded merchant.
Yes, exactly. Someone of the open-minded, who's well-traveled. Well, I know a lot of people, and she's, you've met her.
Yeah.
She's a little stuffy.
Looking for, needs some help finding someone, and yeah, she's, you know,
So
not going to.
you're her bitch.
She's slumming it.
She's not going to tell certain individuals about some of my less than technically legal business practices, and you know, I'll lend a hand finding her, you know, helping her out with her thing for a bit, and then we go our separate ways, and I hope I never see her again.
Oh,
Still worth
good.
it though.
I'm, you know,
Said
kidding
her-
when she said she had money. If she didn't make you give it back.
Yeah. Well, I kind of doubt the thought even crossed her mind, honestly.
That's disgusting.
Her family is, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, they set me up. That's that's the job that got me really going.
Why am I not surprised?
The best thing about, you know, rich people is, like, even if they realize what you're doing, they realize that you know, they're maybe being taken for a ride, they'll just go with it because they don't want to admit that they, you know.
Pride and money
Yeah.
make people stupid, and so prideful people with money
money
always
are
the best part.
Yeah.
That's I feel a little sick now.
Cusick sounds from the table.
Prestidigitation.
Someone should get her to bed.
Yeah.
What is that saying that you said, Terwin, halflings have? What, going to... Is it going to bread?
No, that's not when you go to bed sick. It's when you stay up so late.
Is it not really late?
No, honey.
Sweetheart, it's like 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Pops.
Really?
Yeah.
My
no.
drunk boy's legacy lives across campaigns. I'm so happy.
No, I will definitely if Esri has had enough and needs I'll go upstairs and leave her with a wash basin and a bucket that's not magical and will not disappear in an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It'll be fine. We'll see. We'll
But
see
yeah,
how fine.
no, definitely going back downstairs to chat with the other shady motherfuckers.
I think though, in that time that Terwin went away, Guild wouldn't give context, but would like pull his sleeve down a bit to show Westcott the scar from the bite. It just kind of say, can't tell you everything right now, but yeah. Things got a little messy for a while.
Yeah, messy. Yeah, scar like that, messy is an understatement.
I mean, it's fine now. Wasn't fine for a while.
Really.
But, you know. Maybe just don't tell anybody else about that.
You can keep a secret.
Can you, though?
Yes. When I have to?
I mean, one that's not your own.
Yes! I am a very good liar.
But is he lying?
Yes. I said no, you know, like a liar.
Yeah, I know you are. Just maybe don't sell this one out for me. You owe me that much.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, that's probably true.
Just, so you have some idea of what's going on here.
Sure.
I'll explain later. Everything.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I wish I'm still working on an explanation for, my whole new thing. But we'll get there.
Yeah, making copies of yourself. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not all I can do.
What did you get yourself into?
Is there a... No. I was gonna say, should I pull another page from the Critical Role book and make a shutter fly open?
You certainly can do that if you so desire.
Just one.
One shutter flies open. A couple people jump, but go back to their drinks.
Okay. Could be useful.
Yeah. I can do some other stuff too, but that's...
Yeah, and you don't have to cut yourself for it.
No. I don't think so, anyway. So I'm not sure how this whole thing works.
Yeah. Kind of figuring it out myself.
Anyway.
Assuming that Terwin does come back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is company too interesting to.
Did he mention that he was sending his bird off? I can.
Oh yeah, I would have explained the whole thing once
Okay.
the guards were out of
Okay.
range, and also that she didn't find where they were hiding, but that they went too far out, which means so more likely than not, they're not even in the city anymore. She turns back if they go too far.
So catching them, not likely.
I don't know.
I mean, if I was them getting chased by guards under suspicion of treason, I think I wouldn't stop running until I got back home.
They don't take treason lightly here.
Yeah, I mean the only thing between here and the other side and where she's from is most of the military. So she's got to take it, either go deep underground or take some sort of real circuitous route. And if she's going with those kobolds, I don't think they're going to be going on the surface. I mean, this place is big with industry, so there's probably mines aplenty. I don't know. If we can find out quickly enough whether or not there's something here that she still needs, then we'll know if she's booking it and we need to chase, or if we can expect her to come back.
I'd just really like to get a hold of whatever that elf found.
Yeah.
I think that's a conversation for when we're more awake and sober.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, as good as this stuff is, it's not good for decision making.
She was kind of a bitch.
Yeah. No, she's one of those types that is really good at seeing through layers of bullshit.
Well, she hasn't met me.
If you can bullshit her out of the papers she found, I would pay you myself.
She hasn't met you.
Yeah.
that.
She has not.
I'm
hope she
I'm
hasn't.
too tired to follow that train of thought. But there's a destination at the end of that train of thought.
I think we can make some plans.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of depends on the pink one. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little too straight and narrow.
I mean, she seems nice, but
she's
maybe a
delightful.
little too much.
Yeah, like I'm getting kind of like a whiff of a little bit of that raw from her.
Yeah. Well, she didn't, out you for
Point in
leading
her
them the other way.
Point in her favor.
She hasn't told anyone about me yet.
So maybe just one raw?
Yeah.
Like a...
Right.
They'll simultaneously boom on the table.
I was gonna say, and now it is bedtime.
Actually, imagine Westcott and Terwin simultaneously just boom, leaving
Yeah.
Gil just.
Meanwhile, the gnomes have got a couple more hours to go because Hupperduke gonna Hupperduke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hupperduke got a Hupperduke, man.
Hupperduke. Yeah.
Someone's gonna steal your money.
Party gnomes.
Oh yeah, no,
Yep.
I'm sleepy, but I'm definitely not so sleepy that I'm gonna fall asleep in a bar. I know better than that.
Yeah.
That is good because Guild would just leave you to your mistakes.
I mean, if anyone were to come near, like, so my bird Sable is her name, should just squawk at people or like poke me awake if anybody started getting too handsy. But yeah, no, definitely.
Maybe that could fight itself. Bread.
Go to bread.
Yeah.
Go to bread.
Everyone goes to bread.
That's wonderful. I love this party.
There are like large beds in this room.
Yes,
Or
yes.
at least
She said that they had some beds that were suitable for people of of the larger persuasion.
The larger persuasion.
Because occasionally, they don't get a ton, but they do get taller people around, and so they need to make sure that those people aren't like trying to sleep on gnome beds because that would break the gnome bed, and that would be sad.
Yeah.
It would also make Guild very sore.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Like,
So if we're all sharing a room, it's probably like a full size person's room, or I'm full size, you're extra size. So I've probably got like an extra big bed, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have it's like
all the
Velas
space you
in
could
that giant
possibly
bed,
want.
Yeah.
except it's just Terwin in a regular bed.
But I've got alarm, so I'll spend the time it takes to cast just to ward the room.
No, I am so amused at the overlap in spells in this party. My spells are Alarm, Fog Cloud, and Longstrider.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Smuggler.
Also, like, knock for someone who wants to get into places that they're not supposed to. Amazing.
Except for the fact of how fucking loud it is.
Yeah,
It's so loud.
Yeah.
Oh, it's loud?
It's very
It's
loud. You can hear
loud.
from 200
It's
feet away.
super loud.
It literally
Oh.
knocks loudly.
Damn. I didn't know that.
That's why
But
I
if
love
you
that
only
player
reason
so much.
keeping me from it.
That's true. I have silence.
Yeah,
There you
you
go.
could layer it with
I
silence,
think.
and that would make it.
I have to double check what level
The
silence
problem
is.
is if
Pretty
knock
cool.
has a verbal component, I can't cast
Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually curious. I've got to look this up.
Also, I'm
'Cause I
sorry, you
have
shady
I do,
people.
yes.
I literally have the flaw. I can't keep a secret to save my life or anyone else.
Yeah.
Guild is incredibly shady.
Yeah, knock is a verbal component.
It is, but it has a range of 60 feet. So in theory, if you cast the silence and you stand outside of it and cast into it, you can speak and then make a knock.
Go Team Shade.
Yeah! You could layer it in the right situation where there was space and ability to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once again, the
Yeah,
boys, except for like
I did
Kia's
not
character, are the
realize
shady
all
ones,
the boys-
probably.
We had so many shady people.
Oh no! Guild is a different kind of shady. I'm still figuring him out. He feels different than when I played him in the one shot, but I think it's just the context of like the way that this group met versus the way that that group met.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Well, it's also just, different everything.
Yeah, because he definitely really liked Fleur the first time, but it's like didn't have the context of she's very pro Empire and he's very why are you helping the guards?
Yeah.
We weren't even in Wildemount back then, so.
Yeah, that was just a random.
And so it was like,
was no
even though I knew
politics
he was
involved
a
with that.
smuggler, right? Even though I knew he was a smuggler, that didn't come up.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Fleur also did save you.
Do what?
You cut out.
Oh, Fleur also did save you from a T-Rex.
She did do that.
That did help your
She
your
did do
feelings.
That was teamwork. Teamwork made the dream work on that T-Rex.
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, this was a lot of fun.
Good
It
times.
was.
I appreciate
I
it.
hope you enjoyed yourselves.
I can't wait for more.
And next time we have a off week, we can continue our adventures.
Very likely your next off week is going to be because I am unavailable at the end of the month on that Saturday, the 29th.
Okay.
So Terwin's off chasing a lead.
Cool.
Are we looking at playing this next weekend for main game then?
Yeah.
I am working this next weekend also. I will be late. Need to figure out like a
I will be
emoji
late,
to use
Mark.
for yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we've got folks for next week because Key has a question mark.
You can
but-
just add a clock symbol if you're going to be late.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, that works.
But yeah.
Okay.
Oh
but
yeah, and then I'm
I'm-
off the week after that because I took that time off for Matsuricon and I never took that.
Oh yeah.
I never took
Cons.
I miss you, Matsuricon.
I miss you guys. I'm so sad now. No.
Right. It's like Katsucon just opened their artist alley, and I'm like, I'd love to do Katsucon artist alley again, but I am not applying to Katsucon in February.
Yeah, that's too close. That's too close.
Well, also just like either they're gonna have, no matter what, they're gonna have to like really restrict attendance, or it's going to be a disaster. Like those are the two options, and neither one is going to be great for sales.
Exactly. All right.
Yeah.
I'll turn off the stream.
And,
Thank you for joining us, y'all.
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a